Let's call the meeting to order for the afternoon of November 17th, 2020. Tony, could you please call the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Perales,
Here.
Diep,
Present.
Roscoe,
Here.
Davis, Esparza,
Here.
Arenas, Foley,
Here.
Camus,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Liccardo.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. If you're able to, please stand and for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America
and
and to the republic
for which
for
it
which it
stands,
stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and
Justice for all.
Thank you. Today's invocation will be provided by Father Yusuf, the Antiochian Orthodox Church of the Redeemer, the pastor at Antioch Orthodox Church of the Redeemer. Councilmember Camus will tell us more.
Well, I thought it was fitting to have my last invocator be my first invocator and the person who swore me in, and my personal pastor, my personal priest. And I've known Father Sammer for many, many times. He is the person who married my wife and I and baptized both of our children. I'm so proud to have him here with us on our last meeting. And I think that's all I'll say is a personal moment for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Camus. I believe the video will be starting in just a moment. There's been a bit of a delay.
I would like to take this opportunity to say thank you to Councilman Johnny Camus for the invitation, and especially it means a lot to me as he member of our church, and this is his last council meeting. I thank God for his dedication, for his love, for all what he has done for the community, and we continue to pray for him for to use his talents and his what God is giving him for the benefit of all. And we'd like to offer this prayer in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, one God. Amen. O Master Lord, our God, the source of life and immortality, the author of all created things, both visible and invisible, who has established all seasons and times by thine own authority, and does direct all things with thine all-wise and all-gracious providence. We beseech you to bestow your blessing upon thy servants, all elected officials, council members of this great city of San Jose, and its mayor, who are meeting today, dedicating their efforts to serve thy people during this pandemic. Give them the foresight to act with charity and true concern for the well-being of the people they are meant to serve. Give them the wisdom to invest in long-term solutions that will help prepare for or prevent further outbreak of COVID-19. Deliver the city and its council from every evil assault, and vouchsafe unto them peace and tranquility, that we may always offer thanksgiving unto thee, the unoriginated Father, together with thine only begotten Son, our Lord Jesus Christ, and thine all holy, good, and life-giving Spirit, now and ever, and unto ages of ages. Amen. God bless you all.
Thank you, Father Yusuf, and thank you, Councilmember Camus. All right, we'll take up orders of the day. I'd like to suggest one change to the printed agenda. That is the deferral of item 6.3. I spoke with Carrie offline and suggested a 2-week deferral. This is the updated natural gas infrastructure prohibition ordinance. I know there's been a recent memorandum that's been issued by staff, has some members of the community concerned, and so we want to make sure everyone has an opportunity to vet that and discuss it. We'll bring it back then 2 weeks if that motion's approved. And I know the Councilmember Esparza would like to adjourn the meeting in memory of Alofa Talava, who's former president of the Sierra Neighborhood Association and a longtime advocate of many communities in our city, particularly in the East Side. And I'm so grateful for Alofa's longstanding leadership and service in our community, and very sad to learn of her passing. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm bringing this up in partnership with Councilmember Carrasco. And there's a picture of Alofa Taliva. Oh my gosh, I was so heartbroken to learn of her passing last Thursday, another victim of COVID, unfortunately. And so today we're adjourning in her memory. She was the longtime president of the Sierra Neighborhood Association, a fierce, passionate community warrior for all of the East Side. And she was really a selfless advocate for the community, playing an instrumental role in many, many projects in the East Side, including LeBeau Park. And the bench that she's sitting on in that picture is a bench that was dedicated to her and her leadership to that community. And as my colleagues know, it's very rare to get a bit of a do-over. And that park, when it was fixed up, it wasn't done quite to the community's expectations. And so due to Alofa's advocacy, it had a little bit of a do-over to fix the basketball courts and the garden. And she was also known for personally running off people who wanted to illegally dump in the East Side. She would go out there and chase people down. And she also, it wasn't just the city, she made the county actually fix, there was a ditch, the San Juan patch, that people would go in and then hide in there and then go and break into homes from that area. And she made the county actually fix that too. And I have so many fond memories of Alofa. She truly cared deeply for everyone. Our city owes her a tremendous debt. And she also leaves behind her legacy, not just in the community, but her husband, Coy, their daughters, Mene, Eileen, and Carmen, and son, Bruce, as well as their precious grandchildren, Feta, Hippa, Bruce, McKay, Catalea, Tanoa, and Cairo. And she leaves a grateful, grateful community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Carrasco, did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, because Lofa was such an instrumental leader in our community. Of course, she was a resident of District 5, but as you can hear from Councilmember Esparza, her contributions and her commitment was not held back by boundaries. It was limitless. And so I want to echo just the gratitude that we all have for her contributions and her commitment and her love of people. To her family, I want to express my deepest condolences. But I also want to just talk about just a little bit about her what her efforts translated into, which were safer communities, better quality of life, which is what we're all fighting for. And Councilmember Esparza mentioned LeBeau Park. You know, she was instrumental in making sure that the sound wall on Capitol Expressway was put in place. And of course, she worked also with the Poco Way Apartments, which we've invested over 20 years of funding and efforts and energy to make sure that our families have a fair shot at life. And she was right there front and center. And you know, the fact that she has passed away due to this pandemic just makes this moment even more heart-wrenching, because she was a fighter and a real champion of the people. And we know that the zip codes on the east side of San Jose have taken a particularly painful toll on our communities. And of course, now it's claimed the life of someone that really was there doing everything that she could to improve the quality of life for our families. And so again, thank you, Councilmember Esparza, for speaking so so heartfelt about our East Side leader. I don't want to call her an East Side leader. I want to just refer to her as the leader here in San Jose and Santa Clara County. And again, to her family and to the rest of the community, by the way, my condolences go out to really all of us, because we've lost someone who truly believed and had faith in our families and wanted to do everything that she could to improve that quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll move forward then. Is there a motion on orders of the day?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Motion from Councilmember Foley, second Councilmember Reyes, and thank you to Councilmembers Esparza and Carrasco for honoring Alofa as you have. Truly a big loss for our community. All right, let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye, but Johnny has his hand up. Is it about this?
Sorry, forgive me. Forgive me, Councilmember Camus.
Yeah, well, I just on orders of the day, are we doing the 15-minute clock today? I know we're doing item 3.1, the
I actually
15-minute rundown
don't
clock.
recall what the order was from the Rules Committee. If you'd like to suggest it, certainly you may. If the maker of the motion is interested.
To put up the 15-minute clock, I would love if that would to happen
Okay. All right,
as part of the motion.
Councilmember Foley.
I would accept that as part of the motion.
All right.
I have the seconder is Arenas.
Oh, I'm fine with that as well.
Okay,
Okay, I'm going to start the vote over then.
thank you.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
That's just the clock, right? Correct?
Yes.
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 Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. We are then on to the closed session report. Nora?
We had nothing to report out of closed session today. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 3.1 is a report of the city manager. There is a presentation today. Is that right, Dave?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we have quite a bit to cover today, so appreciate this opportunity. As always, we're going to start off with unsung heroes, and today, Deputy City Manager Kim Wallish is going to do the honors.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kim Wallish, Deputy City Manager, and it is my great pleasure today to recognize the census team as our unsung heroes. The census has been a long, very important journey over the last 3 years. This journey started in September of 2017 and just ended last month. The census means so much in terms of political representation and in terms of making sure San Jose gets our fair share of the over $1 trillion of federal and state programs that are tied to census results. Our city's most important goal was to ensure that we counted our neighborhoods that are the hardest to count and that had been undercounted historically, so that every resident of our city knows that they matter to us and to our city's future. As a direct result of our team's 3-year effort, San Jose had a 77.2% self-response rate. To put this in context, this is the highest of the 85 cities in America with a population of over 290,000 people or more. And as you can see on the slide, we are by far the top performer among our large peer cities. For these results, if you can go to the next slide, there are many city staff I want to thank today as unsung heroes. First of all, none of this would have happened without the core leadership team of Jeff Ruster, Vilcia Rodriguez, and Nguyen Pham, who have been solidly leading this effort since day one. The first stage, which they kicked off in September of 2017 and went to January of 2018, was centered on the local update of the census area, which we affectionately call the LUCA. This phase was critical because it resulted in more than 36,000 low visibility housing units being added to the Census Bureau's master address file. Key LUCA contributors included Matt Loesch and Harsh Gautam from Public Works, Sabrina Parra Garcia from the Office of Immigrant Affairs, Sulma Maciel, now from the Office of Racial Equity, and Nick Almeida and Candace Lay from the Mayor's Office. Next slide, please. The second stage started in spring of 2019, and this was the design and implementation of the census outreach strategy, with a special focus on historically hard to count populations. The core of this effort focused on partnerships with all city council offices, most city departments, the County of Santa Clara, and more than 80 community-based organizations. Key contributors during this second phase included Trevor Gould, Michelle Ornat, Jeremy Schaffner, Carolina Camarena, Carrie Adams-Hapner, Emily Sevier, Michael Ogilvy, and Lawrence Thu. Next slide, please. Then, in the third and last stage, there was, of course, the canvassing, the knock and talk effort, which ran intensely from August 28th to October 16th. And you've already heard of the amazing results. Most notably, the 6.8% increase in the self-response rate in these canvassed, traditionally hard to count neighborhoods. There were over 50 staff involved with this effort, most from PRNS, Youth Intervention, and Project Hope teams. I do want to call a few staff out by name for their leadership and support. Eric Rodriguez, Pablo Hockey, Andrew Eric, Andrea Flores Shelton, Mario Maciel, Hilda Morales, Joseph Gregory, Alvin Galong, Veronica Schulte, David DeLong, Ray Gissemi, Kelly Parmley, Sarah Steele. Jackie Morales-Ferrand, Reagan Henninger, and Vanessa Beretta of the Whole Housing team also helped with the homeless outreach during the stage, which was critical. I want to recognize and appreciate the council members and their staff and all the council staff and volunteers who were engaged with these canvassing efforts. But a special mention to D5, Councilmember Carrasco and her staff, Francis Herbert, Chiara Ariola, and Omar Torres. Councilmember Esparza from D7 with Nick Casper, Mike Medina, Nat Palomino, Christian Cornejo, and Michael Pierce, and Adriana Ramirez. And from D8, Councilmember Arenas and Victoria Lamb and her staff and volunteers. I would be remiss if I did not mention the partnership with the county, numerous CBOs, faith-based and other agencies that also supported this knock and talk great effort. Finally, There were many others who contributed significantly behind the scenes, providing support over the last 3 years. I'd especially like to mention Rob Lloyd, Nora Freeman, Arlene Silva, Benna Chang, Alexandria Felton, Dottie Barney, and Jennifer Garcia. Last slide, please, just so you can see once again the results. As I'm sure is clear by now, this was a massive strategic and logistical undertaking conducted in an incredibly challenging national environment. Through all of the challenges and uncertainty, San Jose as a community absolutely distinguished itself. So on behalf of the administration, I express deep gratitude to the staff, to the council, and to our community partners for their hard work and outstanding success. You are our heroes.
Great, thank you, Kim, and just thanks to all the census team for their phenomenal work. It just was really impressive and made us all, I think, very proud. So here's what we're going to cover today. We've got our standard EOC update, and certainly a lot to talk about with our move back to the purple tier. We also have an update on crime during COVID, a communications update, an EOC budget rebalancing update. Will be coming back to the council December 8th with action on that. And then I'm going to close out today's presentation with Kip's help on a next segment of the citywide roadmap preview. So at this point, I think I'm passing it off to Lee Wilcox to do the EOC update.
Thank you, Dave. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council, members of the public. I'm Lee Wilcox, Chief of Staff for the City Manager's Office and co-director of our Emergency Operations Center, and on behalf of Kip Harkness, our other director of the EOC, and all of the employees in the EOC, we're pleased to present this update for you today. Next slide. Just on a quick note, last time we heard very positive feedback on holding the moment and the collection of art by San Jose artists now being displayed by our airport. During this presentation and future city managers' reports, we will be interspersing some of that artwork throughout the presentation to continue highlighting these artists and the art that is helping us process through this unprecedented time. Next slide. Thank you. As a result of the rising cases within our county, the state announced yesterday that the County of Santa Clara would be moving backwards from Tier 3, or the orange tier, back to Tier 1, the purple tier. Accordingly, the city will be moving from Stage 8 of the city response stage back to Stage 6 to align with the state and the county as part of this. In the next several slides, we'll walk through why this happens and what it means for our community and some of our city services that we understand thus far. Next slide. The state is taking these significant steps to slow the spread of COVID-19 because we are currently seeing the fastest increases in cases in California in the history of this pandemic. Cases have jumped more than 50% in the last week, which exceeds the case growth that we saw when cases were rapidly rising back in June, as this slide demonstrates. Next slide. Within our own county, we can see a very similar pattern. Cases have increased as a very similar percentage over the past few weeks. At present, our average over the last week, or last 2 weeks, is daily cases of over 230, with daily numbers exceeding 300 and even as of yesterday exceeding 400. At the same time, our hospital beds and the rates have increased over the last several weeks, which we'll highlight in future in slides to come. Important to know for this slide is the context and the history of the pandemic. If you look to the left, when we saw COVID-19 and when we began the shelter in place within our own county, very low rates. This is really attributed to the lack of testing at this time. That first wave was actually higher than is perceived. And so where we find ourselves right now is really in the third wave of the pandemic affecting our local community. And this data and these trends really match what we're seeing through the state and what we're seeing in various parts of the nation right now. Next slide. As a result of this, California is moving counties back to more restrictive tiers, including many counties back 2 tiers, such as our own county today. 28 counties have moved into the purple tier compared to last week. In pulling the emergency brake, the state has changed the operation of the tier system in the following ways compared to how it operated before. Currently, counties can move back 2 tiers at once. So before, a county could only move back 1 tier. Now they can move 2 tiers if the data supports that. Second, the state can adjudicate tiers using only the most recent week's worth of data. Previously, the state was using the 2 weeks worth of data to make these decisions, but in an effort to be more nimble and take actions based off of the latest trends, they've made that change of using 1 week's worth of data. In addition, the state is also using new data and measurements to adjudicate the tiers, including the rate of increases in cases and hospital statistics. For our own county in particular, there are 2 pieces of data the state looked at very carefully. And the first was the rise in cases. The 7-day average in our own county went up by 66% between November 1st and November 8th. In addition, the rise in hospitalizations increased rapidly, with patients hospitalized for COVID-19 by roughly 40%. The county's own public health officer, Dr. Sarah Cody, was very clear about what she feels this means, saying yesterday, today's announcement from the state reflects what we appear to be heading into the worst phase of this pandemic to date. Next slide. So the move back to the purple tier will reduce restrictions, which are meant to slow and spread COVID-19 in our own community. As we have with all changes in public health restrictions, we will continue communicating aggressively with our own community and with our businesses regarding these changes. The table in front of you does summarize some of the changes that our residents and businesses will need to adhere to. Understanding some of these restrictions are complex because it does involve combining both state restrictions as well as additional county restrictions. So we will be available to answer questions at the end of this presentation, but we also anticipate receiving further information and further guidance from the county and the state in coming days. As we look, there will likely be no changes, at least at this point in time, for the schools that are already open, as well as nail care and hair salons or barbershops. But we've also, there will be additional restrictions and capacity for places that are allowed to continue to operate indoors, with some shopping malls or grocery stores moving down to a 50% occupancy. And then there's a host of activities that had been opened up indoors in recent weeks and months, and those have now been closed with additional modifications for their own outdoor usage. And then there's a number of closures for indoors and outdoors related to bars and breweries that are not serving full service meals, as well as live audience events, and that schools that have not yet reopened do not have the ability to open within the county while we are in Tier 1. Next slide. We do anticipate the effect of this change on city services will be minimal at this point. We have, to this point, taken a very conservative and deliberate approach to reopening, keeping this potential scenario in mind. Out of an abundance of caution, we are enacting some changes until additional guidance and modifications are released from the state of California and the county. And that is stopping city-related gatherings, including community meetings, closing some of the indoor gyms at city facilities in accordance with the state guidance, and currently pausing indoor code enforcement and environmental inspections except for emergency situations, but continuing all exterior and remote inspections. As we continue to evaluate opening city services, we will continue to take a conservative and deliberate approach while we're in Tier 1, especially with the current spread and rising of COVID-19 in our community. Again, we do expect additional clarifications and changes in the coming days and weeks, and the EOC will continue to monitor, evaluate, and refine our approach over time and update the council. Next slide. Switching gears to more optimistic news, we want to touch briefly on the vaccine news we received from Pfizer last week and then from Moderna yesterday. Both companies released preliminary results of the trial showcasing their vaccines with results greater than 90%. Both trials have ensured that they have representation from a diversity of racial and ethnic backgrounds. In each trial, approximately 40% of participants are from non-white racial and ethnic group, which is exceedingly important given the global impact and threat of COVID-19 on such a diverse Earth. So this is good news. 90% effectiveness is better than that we expected, that a lot of medical experts expected. So this definitely means there is light at the end of a tunnel. However, we are still in a very long tunnel and have a long way to go. And this is for many reasons. Most importantly, these trials are not over. They're still continuing. Second, and probably most importantly, the logistics of producing, storing, and distributing a vaccine are very complicated. We do expect to hear a lot more from the state of California and the county in the coming weeks as they take the lead on figuring this out. The county has already reported to their board preliminarily on an approach, and we as the city are seeking to better understand their logistical and their communications plan and are offering to support in any way we can. For the current moment, it is still crucially important that we continue to wear masks, socially distance, and take precautions. It is important to protect our community now with our behaviors and with our choices. Only then will it be increasingly likely that a vaccine could produce widespread help towards the middle of next year. So light is at the end of the tunnel, but consistent with what we've seen thus far in 2020, we still have a long way to go. That tunnel is uphill, and there's a variety of hurdles that will be thrown at us as we continue this work. Next slide. And I'll wrap up with a brief update from the last time we reported out on EOC activities. Over the past months, and we last reported, these are the following highlights that we'd like to review with you. We've worked with our partners to coordinate and distribute close to 9 million meals in the city of San Jose with no major gaps reported. After fully opening the first of 3 temporary housing sites last month, we continue to work on Evans Lane and Rue Ferrari, and we are tracking to open these next month. We've completed preliminary emergency operations center, the emergency funding rebalancing and the coronavirus relief rebalancing and budget exercise, which you'll hear later today. And then we'll be taking final actions December 8th, as Dave mentioned. We completed physical and safety improvements to allow the reopening of Happy Hollow Zoo, which occurred last week, November 10th. We currently have 15 learning pods open at city facilities. And we've finalized a number of advertisements and communications materials that are going live in 4 languages on radio, TV, newspaper, and social media around the city. You'll be hearing more about this work and our approach from our EPIO team during this report. Last two, after receiving 119 applications from our nonprofit partners, totaling over $9 million in grant requests, the Community and Economic Recovery Branch will award $3.3 million to 51 nonprofits who are providing CARES Act qualified services in our COVID-19 impacted zip codes and to communities most impacted by COVID. Through the Silicon Valley Strong Partnership, the Knight Foundation is also expanding the impact of the local assistant nonprofit grant program with financial support to an additional 14 nonprofits. This grant program is in addition to the financial support already in the community for small businesses and arts and culture nonprofits. Thank you to the Knight Foundation. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Lieutenant Donahue from the police department, who will provide an update on crime statistics during the COVID-19.
Thank you, Lee. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Well, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. My name is Lieutenant Steve Donahue. I'm the commander of the Research and Development Unit at the San Jose Police Department. And today I'm going to be presenting an update on crime occurring during the COVID-19 shelter in place. I'll be reporting on the time period between March and October, and any incidents occurring after October will not be included in this report. Slide, please. The map you see here is our year to date. So this is including both the shelter in place and the homicides occurring this year before the shelter in place. There were 6 before the shelter in place. During the shelter in place this year, from March to October, we had 31 homicides. During the same period last year, March to October, we had 24. In all of 2020 so far, we've had 37. And in all of 2019, we had 31. Slide, please. Robbery is down. What you're looking at here is our uniform crime reporting statistics that we send to the federal government. So robbery is down 15% compared to the same period last year, and aggravated assaults are down 2% compared to the same period last year. Burglaries are down 1% compared to the same period. However, when we dissect the burglaries, we find some interesting anomalies. First of all, residential burglaries are down 27%, but commercial burglaries are up 24%, and school burglaries were up 135%. There was a tremendous spike in school burglaries at the beginning of COVID. In the first 12 weeks, we had 45 burglaries citywide. And in that same period last year, we only had 9. So it was a huge jump because kids weren't in school. So recognizing this, the department assigned our TABs, which is our truancy abatement and burglary suppression units, and the school liaison unit to conduct school patrol checks. Over 5,700 school patrol checks were conducted by patrol, TABs, and school liaison since the start of COVID. And that has definitely lowered the number of school burglaries. In addition, we proactively reached out to the school districts and asked them to move anything of value from the sites. So we now are seeing everything leveling off to maybe 1 to 2 school burglaries a week. Larceny, our theft, is down 21% compared to the same period last year, and auto theft is up 20% compared to the same period. And we believe this is because vehicles are being left unattended and not being driven during the shelter in place, particularly in high density housing areas. Rape incidents are down 20% compared to the same period last year. But as you can see, domestic rape is up 177%. So we looked into this. Why do we have a big jump? And what we found is we've implemented a new thing called an intersectionality tool. And what this is anytime an officer responds to a domestic violence incident in the city of San Jose, they now ask questions about prior sexual assault incidents occurring with the victim. And that form is crossing the lines between sexual assault and domestic violence. It went live in January 2020, and we've trained all of patrol in the use of this form. And what we've seen is an increase in cases based on the reporting from this form. Slide, please. So if you look at the domestic rape reporting cases that occurred in San Jose between March and October, you'll see that the majority, the 1/3 of those cases occurred historically or earlier in the year. So earlier in this year or years past. And so we looked at those that occurred during COVID. At the end of September, Sexual Assault Investigations Unit Lieutenant Jaime Jimenez audited the rapes occurring during the shelter in place. And at the time, there were 31 cases. And Lieutenant Jimenez discovered 19 of those reported rape cases were reported during domestic violence investigations. So this means that the sexual assaults were not uncovered until after the intersectionality tool was used. And the tool is working now to bring in cases that would otherwise go unreported. So if we take those 19 cases that came out from the intersectionality tool and we set them aside just for a moment, and we compare the cases that we have.
Lieutenant Donahue, I think your speaker's just gone off. We had you until just a second ago. There we go. We got you now.
Oh, now, can you hear me okay?
Yep. Yeah, we got you. Thanks.
Let me turn this thing off. Sorry.
No worries.
Let's try this. Mayor, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. Thanks.
For some reason, none of my speakers are working now. Perfect.
We can hear you fine. You're able to hear us. Lieutenant Donahue, we can actually hear you fine.
Yeah, my computer froze.
Okay. We're
All
able
right.
to find, do we want to maybe skip back, Lee, and then we'll come back, Lieutenant Donahue?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine. You able to hear us?
Sorry about that, Mr. Mayor.
No worries.
So
All
we
right.
can skip forward in the presentation
Yeah, we'll
if
come
you'd
back.
like, Mayor.
Yeah, let's come back to Lieutenant Donahue as soon as hardware issues.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we're hearing you
We
fine.
can hear you.
You're not hearing us. I think that's part of the problem.
I can hear you just fine now. I'm good to go.
Okay.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead then. Yeah, we're able to hear you.
All right. Where did I lose you, Lee?
19 cases and intersectionality. That's where we left off.
Thank you. All right. So if we take the 19 cases out of the 31 that we looked at that were reported during this period, we have 12 cases. And last year, that's congruent with the 13 cases. So what we're finding is that the number of sexual assaults that are being reported are not necessarily higher, but what is effective is this intersectionality tool is now giving us the opportunity to find out about cases that wouldn't normally be reported to us. So taking this all into account, we're cross-reporting to our community-based organizations, both the YWCA and Nextdoor Solutions, and we're working with them to provide resources and services to the victims. Next slide, please. We've had 9 gang-related homicides reported in 2020, all during the shelter-in-place. And last year, there were 7 gang-related homicides between March and October in the comparable time period, and there was only 9 all year. So gang-related aggravated assaults are down 23% compared to the same period of last year, and gang-related simple assaults are down by a third, and self-initiated activity is up by 26%. So while the homicides are up, overall gang incidents are down 10%. And we can attribute this to 3 approaches. The first being the increase in self-initiated activity, particularly with our violent crimes enforcement team and high visibility patrol and street level enforcement. Secondly, our gang investigations unit is coordinating throughout the Bureau of Investigations and the robbery unit, homicide, assaults to identify, locate, and arrest violent subjects with overlapping criminal investigations. The gang investigations unit is also coordinating multi-jurisdictionally with outside agencies throughout the Bay Area, including Sunnyvale Department of Public Safety, CHP, and the surrounding cities. Anecdotally, in one investigation in May, 8 subjects were arrested for numerous gang-related violent crimes throughout our city, as well as weapons and narcotics violations. And since March of 2020, the Gang Investigations Unit has taken 38 firearms off the streets. Outstanding job. In addition to that, we work with the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force to work on contacting victims of gang violence and their families, providing resources, and removing gang graffiti and vigils that draw negative attention from rival gangs. And finally, there are weekly collaboration meetings as well as community meetings occurring in high gang impacted areas. Next slide, please. When we look at domestic violence, overall domestic violence related incident reporting has increased 2%. And this includes simple assaults and criminal threats. Aggravated domestic violence reporting is up 9% compared to the same period last year. And when we're looking at the domestic violence reporting for these aggravated or high violence crimes, we're seeing historical reports versus occurrence differentiation. The part one crimes that are reported to the uniform crime reports are only domestic rapes, domestic robberies, and domestic aggravated assaults. And if you look at those being the most serious crimes, they are up 9%. However, when you add the lower level domestic violence crimes, these domestic violence, which such as minor injury, direct domestic violence, domestic battery, and criminal threats, they generally stay the same. So domestic violence occurrences are consistent compared to the same period last year. So we looked at why this is occurring. So on the domestic violence response form, when officers respond, and I mentioned earlier the intersectionality tool, they have to fill out a box asking about sexual assaults. Well, they also have to fill out information asking about prior incidents of domestic violence. If the victim reports that they had been subjected to domestic violence in the past, the next question is, was that reported? If the answer to that is no, officers are taking a new report. So it's not uncommon for them to respond to a domestic violence incident and then leave with 2 or 3 reports of prior domestic violence in addition to what was already reported for that day. What that does for our statistics is that 2 things happen. First off, we report to UCR based on when it's reported, not when it occurred. And our occurrences then are kept statistically based on when they occurred. So you'll see this jump in report to jump by 9%. But what that is because they're reporting historical incidents, and we are not seeing that in occurrences. We're coordinating our efforts through Nextdoor and the YWCA and conducting outreach and messaging to communities throughout the city. We've seen an increase in domestic robberies. And what that is almost all of them is the suspect grabbing the victim's cell phone. And we're now categorizing that as a robbery. And in years past, it was never captured as a robbery. It was always captured as just part of the domestic violence. But in this last year, we've actually created a drop-down list to add this as a robbery, as a separate charge in and of itself. We trained all of patrol in it in November of last year and again in January of this year. And as a result, we're now finding that these domestic robberies are being documented in and of themselves with better categorization, is giving us better stats. You'll see on the domestic violence statistics in front of you an anomaly, an August spike, up 42% from the prior month. As you can see, the prior month was down, I believe it's 14%. And when you take the average over that July, August, September period, when you kind of put it across 3 months, it's actually only a 7% increase. We don't know why it spiked 42% in August. We do know that when you look at it as an aggregate over the year, it's actually only a 2% increase. We also don't have any precipitating factors in August that would indicate to us why it would increase. And when you look at it over the 3-month span, just the month before and the month after, it's only a 7% increase. So what we've found is that there is no correlation to shelter in place and domestic violence determined upon review of the data and a sampling of the reports. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Lieutenant Donahue. So up next, I'm going to hand it off to Colin, Chelsea, and Carolina. And we were in front of you several weeks ago on the overarching strategy for our strategic communications plan and how we plan to proceed. And today we have an update on kind of the next several months, as well as our own metrics and methodology for tracking this work. So I believe, Colin, you're starting us off.
Yeah, thank you, Lee. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council and members of the public. My name is Colin Haney. I'm currently serving as the Emergency Public Information Officer in the EOC. Next slide, please, Andrew. Thanks. So today I'm going to discuss some of the communications updates that we have pushed out over the last several weeks. I'm not talking about our long-term strategic communications plan. Chelsea and Carolina are going to discuss that in a bit. These are announcements that were dependent on changing circumstances that the EPIO produced as needed. The first bucket on the left is announcements and changes in policy at the state and county level. This one is obviously timely. We had an announcement last Friday when we thought we were going to go into red, and then again yesterday when we moved into the purple category. And of course, we're continuing to monitor that closely and make sure that our residents and our businesses understand the latest change in restrictions. As you all know, the city does not issue health orders, but our residents and our businesses look to us to make sense of them. EPIO has been supporting the Office of Economic Development with translation, as well as some social media and content development services. Our goal is to take that complex technical language and concepts and frame them in terms that can be understood by most of the population. This also makes it easier for us to translate the updates into Spanish, Vietnamese, and traditional and simplified Chinese, which we do for just about everything that leaves our shop. As we've discussed here previously, we also push out testing, tracing, and supported isolation information using plain language through our weekly flash reports, on the Virtual Local Assistance Center website and brochure, and through social media. And lately, we've been sharing information about the importance and availability of the flu vaccine. Next are our secondary and tertiary emergencies, which unfortunately we've had a few of this year. In September, you heard about our efforts during the CZU and SCU complex fires from Jenny Loft of the Environmental Services Department. Since then, EPIO has responded to 2 PG&E public safety power shutoffs and multiple protests or potential protests. For the PSPS events, we worked closely with Amanda Orozco and Raul Hernandez in the Community Energy Department to write, translate, and schedule some social media posts and Nextdoor posts to explain the location and extent of the outages. For the protests, we've focused on providing proactive information to help keep people safe when they gather. We work closely with the police department's PIO to prepare a communication strategy every time we suspect there might be protest activity, so we can quickly spread the word about any significant changes on the ground. And then finally, there are the many issues and announcements that fall into the other category. Having a dedicated EPIO with content development, language access, web, and social media units allows us to be quick, effective, and collaborative in our communications. We're able to write, design, translate, and distribute digital and physical collateral to respond and react to changing situations. Because we're working across all the branches of the EOC and several departments in the city, we're also able to effectively coordinate responses to media inquiries on topics that are multidisciplinary, like the Beautify San Jose Response Branch or the Alfresco Initiative. So that's a bit of our day-to-day. Now I'm pleased to introduce Chelsea Palacio, our creative manager in the EPIO. She's going to talk about the design direction that we're taking to maximize the impact of our communications in the communities most vulnerable to COVID.
Thank you, Colin. Again, my name is Chelsea Palacio. I oversee the creative direction for the strategic communications plan and am the graphic designer for the housing department. Next slide, please. So the goal of the communication plan is to align with the EOC roadmap by using the data from the Santa Clara County Health Department and the city annual report to focus on the hardest to reach communities along with the general population. From this data, we can prioritize those who are most vulnerable to COVID-19 and its effects by expanding our reach to bridge any communication barriers like technology or language. Next slide, please. Okay. So our creative goals include a strong, cohesive city brand for consistency and a strong informational hierarchy to make sure that information is clear and easy to read. To do this, we ask the following questions. What is the most important to the audience, or in this case, our residents? Does the messaging have any underlying messages that could be offensive? And is there a narrative or a value represented? To bridge communication barriers, we focus on cultural relevance, or aligning our messaging to be relevant to our residents' culture while remaining true to the city's brand. This aims to expand the city's brand to be more inclusive, more colors, more languages, and images that reflect our communities. Next slide, please. So in order to have a direction for designing with cultural relevance in mind, we researched cultural communication and marketing strategies. We did online research, informal focus groups with members of the EOC Language Access Unit, or LAU for short, as well as asking for input from other departments and had discussions with the county. With this information, we went forward with bilingual messaging to decrease language barriers and expanded our reach to residents in our communities. We also worked with the LAU for transcreation of our material. Transcreation is one of our key strategic initiatives, as transcription of English word for word to another language doesn't always create the same meaningful messaging we want to express. Transcreation brings our materials closer to a more inclusive San Jose communication strategy. The next 4 slides include samples of our materials and key research we use to create them. Next slide, please. So for English or multilingual materials, we strictly followed the city brand with color, typefaces, and overall look and feel. In our bilingual materials, English becomes a secondary messaging to still reach residents who speak English as their first language, but not to stray away from the residents we are aiming to communicate with. Next slide, please. So for Spanish, we aim to have bilingual messaging as much as possible and highlighted the value of family in the images, because we know from our research, family is a very important value in the Spanish culture. Next slide, please. So for our Vietnamese materials, research directed us to use the color yellow when it was appropriate. We made sure imagery related to status and respect while sticking to the city brand. We also made sure to use different images in Vietnamese and Chinese materials to make the artwork distinct for each language. Next slide, please. Lastly, our Chinese research directed us towards using the color red when it was appropriate, centering the text instead of left aligning it like how we usually do for English, and spacing out the information a little bit differently. For Chinese, we also transcreated information in both traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese, as it is very important and politically correct and the most politically correct way to reach and include all Chinese speakers in the community. Now I will direct you all to Carolina, who will expand on when and where these materials will live. Next slide.
Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you, Colin. I'm Carolina Camarena, and alongside Colin Haney, I am co-leading as the Emergency Public Information Officer. So some of you may have already seen or heard some of this monolingual advertisement that is targeted at our hardest to reach communities and the audience that is specified in our EOC Strategic Communications Plan. We continue to work on advertisement and will soon include Univision, radio, TV, and digital, Facebook ads, KTSF, Channel 26 Chinese TV, and more. But what we must know is that in addition to the advertisement, we have direct outreach, which really consists of teams of individuals visiting commercial areas and business districts within the zip codes identified in the strategic plan. We will make sure that all of you have access to these assets so you can help amplify the message to residents and businesses. And when we start the direct outreach, we also welcome your involvement. Next slide, please. So to ensure that the ads are reaching the people we intend them to reach, we are keeping an eye on performance. This will help us pivot and update or edit the message if needed. In YouTube, just a few days ago, we placed ads in 4 languages, and there are 4 messages per language. 1, you've heard, get tested. 2, supported isolation services are available. Number 3 is our tried and true message of staying safe, which is wearing your mask, keeping your distance, staying home if you're ill, washing your hands. And lastly, we want to make sure that individuals understand that the virtual local assistance is here to assist and provides them with the resources. So we're going to go ahead and show you a preview of the video. Andrew, can you please play the video now? Thank you, Andrew. And just to be clear, that's a 15-second social media video that we've placed on YouTube, and it's in Spanish, and it was one of the 4 messages. The rest of the slide, you will see the performance of the YouTube ads, which have only, again, been running for a few days, and yet they are doing very well. So our cost per view is 2 cents, which is lower than the industry average of 2.6 cents. And our view rate, and the view rate is the number of people who continue to watch the video even after they've given the opportunity to skip the ad. I'm sure you've all seen those. But our view rate is 27.13%, which is higher than the industry average of 25%. Next slide, please. Now here, I just really want to thank my colleagues. We could not implement an outreach and communications without a team of professional city communicators. I want to thank my colleagues and their departments who have helped us in implementing the plan to ensure we are reaching our most vulnerable. Next slide, please. As Chelsea mentioned, we had a team of city staff who helped ensure the ads were trans-created and culturally relevant. These are individuals who are bilingual and bicultural, and some of us live in the neighborhoods affected by COVID-19, and English is our second language. Next slide, please. I also want to thank this team, the Language Access Unit, LAU for short, for creating language glossaries that will ensure we have unified and consistent words to use in Spanish, Vietnamese, and Chinese citywide. So to conclude this presentation, we will continue to amplify important information from the state and county, respond to all emergencies, and ensure that our communities have the information they need in their language, in their neighborhoods, to prevent and stop the spread of COVID-19. With that, I'll hand it over to Lee.
Thank you, Carolina. Thank you to you and Colin for your leadership. Next slide. I want to do a special thank you to Chelsea for your work and your team's work in the EOC. I think that was your first council presentation, so congratulations and well done. Next, we're going to move into our EOC budget rebalancing strategy and start to preview some of the actions that we'll take on December 8th, as well as our funding strategy for the beginning of the year. And joining me as part of this presentation will be Jim Shannon, our city's budget director, as well as Luz Cofrese Howe, who is the assistant director of our finance department, but also leads our finance section in the Emergency Operations Center. Next slide. So today we are going to update you on the overall $317 million COVID response and recovery budget, as well as updates on various appropriation, and start to preview some of the budgetary strategy, ensuring that the city has funding capacity in the new year to continue our own operations in the EOC, supporting our at-risk populations in the city of San Jose. For the past several weeks, our finance and recovery section have continued to monitor all funding very closely and work with the appropriate funding sources that we've tied to. In addition, we've started to engage our intergovernmental relations partners to assess the likelihood and timing of additional funding, particularly at the federal level. And you'll hear more about that as part of 3.4 and 3.5, the IGR reports from our federal lobbyist. And continuing to prepare for the possibility that there is no additional funding through the end of June, and trying to stay as flexible as we can on some of the shifting in the news. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Luz for the next slide.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. Luz Cofrese Howe, Assistant Director of Finance and the Emergency Operations Center Finance and Recovery Coordinator, along with Rick Bruno. This slide summarizes the current overall state of the city's emergency relief funds. As you can see, the city has netted an additional $10.6 million in federal and state dollars since we last presented the council back in late September with information on funding that we've received specifically to address the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. To go briefly through the pluses and minuses, the FEMA funds were reduced to reflect the amount that we believe we will recover from that particular funding source at this time. This is not to say we won't pursue additional monies from FEMA in the coming months, but rather to pare this funding source down back to what we currently have close to 100% confidence will actually be funded at this point. Home program, another federal funding source, which comes from HUD, the Housing and Urban Development Federal Agency, adds another $9.6 million. The city also received more COVID-19 related dollars from the state through its HHAP and SB2 housing programs. The reduction in Project Home Key funds simply reflects the truing up of the city's original request to actual money that was awarded. Next slide, please. This slide is the current uses of emergency relief funds. What you saw on the last slide was the sources. And now this slide dives a bit down into the specifics of how the different pots of federal, state, and local funds are currently allocated to the city's various COVID-19 response efforts. As you all know, the CRF, or Coronavirus Relief Fund monies, which is called out separately in the first column on this slide, is required to be spent by December 30th, 2020. We're keeping a very close eye, as Lee has already said, on the spending of those particular funds to assure that the city uses all those monies by the due date. With that, we've gone from now the $310 million that we had before, $307 million that we had before, and now we're at $317.7 million in overall emergency relief funds that have currently been appropriated. Jim Shannon, I'm going to turn this over now to Jim Shannon, who is going to provide a high-level perspective on what happens after December 30th. Jim, and next slide, please.
Thank you so much, Luz. Good afternoon, folks. Jim Shannon, City's Budget Director. So we came back, we came to council back at the end of September with what was then our best estimate on the pace and the type of expenditures in the Coronavirus Relief Fund through the end of December, and that constitutes the funding strategy that you saw on the previous slide. So we're roughly about 60 days from that action. And so we continue to analyze, how quickly the funding is being spent, within which categories it's being spent. Although we still have a little bit of work to go, we do anticipate that not all the categories are going to be fully spent by the end of December, but that those needs are certainly going to continue on as we get into January and throughout the remainder of the fiscal year. So a couple of the example categories that won't be probably fully spent by the end of December is looking like consultant and planning support, facilities improvements, the FEMA local match that Luz had mentioned, and then some of the local assistance. But we want to make sure that we don't leave any money on the table, and we want to make sure that we maximize the use of our emergency reserve funding to help our residents the most. And so we are going to so we have a plan that we want to bring forward back on the 8th, and it's going to do a number of adjustments. And so in the Coronavirus Relief Fund, we're going to make sure that we spend every dollar that we have been allocated to best, support the response efforts. And so there's going to be some shifting of funding within the categories, first to make sure that we're maximizing the assistance to those that are the most vulnerable, but then also, making sure that we are reimbursed for eligible personal services expenditures for staff that were budgeted somewhere else, but have been redeployed to support the pandemic response efforts. And so, that is going to, by doing those efforts, it was likely that the amount that's budgeted currently in the CRF, we started for 2021, we had about $10 million estimated for personal services costs in the Coronavirus Relief Fund. That will likely go up because we have always known that, the amount of support that we're giving to the response isn't always going to be reflected in the budget. The budget amount is going to be much sort of lower in the Coronavirus Relief Fund. So there's some capacity to raise that dollar amount probably by an additional, somewhere around an additional $10 million-ish is our preliminary estimate, which we will refine in the coming weeks. And so what we always do in San Jose is that we're very deliberate about how we budget and capture our savings very closely. So for those folks that have been redeployed from their normal budget allocations in the general fund that have been going to be reimbursed by the CRF, we're going to recognize the savings that's going to result from that action. And that will help us provide some bridge funding to continue those emergency services past January. Although we're hopeful that at some point we might get another federal stimulus bill, we have to plan as if we're not going to. So by being strategic about how we redeploy general fund savings in 2021, and also continue to look at that continuity of operations reserve that has helped provide some supplemental funding for some of those emergency response categories that maybe don't exactly fit within any of the existing categories through external sources, is going to help us put together a strategy that we can, at a reduced level, but still be able to fund a level of response beyond the end of December. And so we'll be looking forward to coming with you for that discussion in a few weeks. Thank you, Lee.
Thanks, Jim. Next slide. Before I move on, I do want to thank all of the employees that we have working in our Emergency Operations Center and all of the partners that we have our nonprofit partners in this response. It's truly amazing to work with each and every one of you and greatly appreciate the sacrifice and hard work that you've been able to put in. I also would like to thank each of the artists that were showcased today during the presentation. Very inspiring artwork that I think has helped us all and a great opportunity for us to continue to weave in more of the community into these presentations in the future. Next slide. As we do with every 3.1, we are highlighting one amazing organization and partner today that has been part of our pandemic response. San Jose Conservation Corps has been a partner for a very long time and before this response, but during these past few months, they've pivoted to meet the moment. They have been critical to ensuring that we are feeding and housing our community. And to highlight this work, we're going to play a short video for you today highlighting their work during the COVID-19 pandemic response.
Well, the state of California is preparing for an overwhelming surge of patients.
We're going to be doing more with AmeriCorps, Conservation Corps in the state of California. All of this in the spirit of meeting the moment.
My favorite part about working here is interacting with the clients.
We scaled up by about 100 beds almost overnight. We are so grateful to have partners like the San Jose Conservation Corps. Hope that when they open these food boxes, they really see our care and our appreciation.
I feel good that I'm doing this for the community because it's helping the community become cleaner and a safer environment.
San Jose Conservation Corps is our boots on the ground, building resiliency in our mountain community.
Thank you, Andrew. And thank you to San Jose Conservation Corps again. Thank you for helping with the video. With that, that concludes the EOC's part of the city manager's report, and I'm going to turn it over to Dave Sykes to cover the city's roadmap.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. Thanks to the team for all that work. And so the last segment here for 3.1 is our next installment of the city roadmap, and we want to provide a preview. As we all know, 2020 and our response to COVID and really the subsequent economic crisis has really strained our capacity as a city. And to be honest, 2021 could be even harder. Last month I said that we're in for a reckoning, and I wasn't trying to be dramatic, but certainly we must reconcile what is most important with our ability and capacity to deliver. And so I really appreciate this opportunity. And in this case, capacity means more than just funding. It also means leadership capacity. And by leadership, we're not just talking about CMO staff and department directors. We're talking about the capacity of those much deeper in the organization that is really, really being stretched. And so the roadmap that we are previewing with you today is our articulation of the projects and strategies and policies that are most important for our city in this era of COVID as we seek to control the virus and recover as a community. You know, the mayor and the council are responsible for directing how we use our capacity. We here as staff inform that process by assessing how much capacity it takes to deliver work and also recommending what is the best use of that capacity. And hopefully the roadmap is a way for us to have a conversation with you all about what is most important right now and ultimately get your direction to guide us now and into the future. So we started this conversation with you formally in September when Kelly Parmalee initiated a presentation on city services, which we followed up, Kelly followed up with a much more detailed presentation last month in October. And this is really the part 3 of that discussion. So next slide, please. So the way we are thinking about this is that our focus is really twofold. Making sure our essential core city services stay intact and continue to be provided. And then prioritizing the vital few change initiatives, the project strategies and policies, and being able to prioritize those. These potential priority changing initiatives really come from several different existing prioritization processes shown up here in purple on the slide. So we have our council policy priorities from last February. We have city staff enterprise priorities, which are really priorities that we've operationalized from council directed work. And then we have the priorities derived from our COVID response roadmap that we established back in March that's really held true to the current day. So this really amounts to 103 change initiatives to be considered for prioritization. Our goal with the roadmap was to elevate all of these to relative to one another and prioritize the vital few initiatives as we feel we can successfully deliver while also continuing to deliver city services. And it's important for us to note that the progress on the previous priorities, certainly the ones back that we did in February, have suffered and have been delayed because of redeployment of resources to focus on COVID-related priorities. And this discussion today is really about being transparent about these trade-offs that we're having to make. Next slide, please. So we as a staff have done a significant amount of thinking and debate about the value of each one of these initiatives and what it will take to both do the change initiatives and continue on with existing city services. Last month under 3.1, you heard from Kelly about our city services. And city services consumes most of our staff and day-to-day effort in what we normally call business as usual. But these days, it's really nothing is business as usual. So this includes everything from police and fire response to garbage and recycling pickup. We've obviously had to shift our focus to a shorter list of essential services and really completely reimagine and redesign the ways we provide these services to ensure that they're done safely in a COVID environment. So the roadmap that we're talking about rests above this city service delivery. It is about what we are changing and about the work that we do. And so it's either things that are completely new to us, such as scaling food, countywide initially and citywide food distribution. And then of course it includes things that are not routine, but require considerable citywide effort to drive forward, such as the Google development. So these are two parts of the same complex picture. And what we are doing day to day to deliver services to the community, and what we are changing to do better to meet the needs of our community and meet their expectations. To deliver on both these, we really are drawing on the same pool of capacity, the same group of leaders across the organization. So as we work through the roadmap together, we should keep in mind that adding to these initiatives on the roadmap has impacts on other work that we are doing. So next slide, please. So this is the current status of all of our 264 city services. We reviewed these with you in a fair amount of detail last month. More than 6,100 of the city's approximately 6,700 employees are committed to delivering these services. Most of these services have continued throughout the pandemic, or have been restarted or expanded in recent months, and then some of which might be paused or modified again as we transition back into the purple tier. Next slide, please. So the four-step process we took to prioritize the 103 change initiatives was based on the agile methodology of weighted shortest job first to score each of the initiatives across 4 attributes. Each initiative was then scored on the Fibonacci sequence for each of the 4 attributes, which were then used to calculate a final score. The scoring revealed a stacked ranked relative prioritization of the top must-do and high-priority initiatives. It is important to note that this is really the first time, I think, in my career that we've attempted to integrate all of our roadmap, all of our priorities onto one work plan or roadmap. And I will admit to you, for many of us, probably more me than many, it is required that we kind of give in to this process and let it play out. Next slide, please. So the process we took allowed us to be really more holistically understand prioritization. And we really considered 4 attributes. Community value captures the impact of an initiative. Opportunity enablement and risk mitigation captures the potential losses of not doing an initiative. Time criticality captures the urgency of an initiative. And then job duration captures the complexity and level of unknowns of an initiative. Next slide, please. So this is our draft of a citywide roadmap. We looked at 103 projects, strategies, and policies, as I said, and evaluated them in terms of the terms that I described on the previous slides. We met numerous times as a leadership team with senior staff to work through and debate and decide on the prioritization. The limiting factor is how much we can take on really for the rest of the fiscal year. That's kind of how we guided our thinking. The draft roadmap outlines the 44 most vital projects, strategies, and policies that we believe we are capable of delivering through the remainder of the fiscal year. The 44 change initiatives are in the purple boxes, and we have organized them according to the enterprise priorities just to help us kind of organize our work. This roadmap is our data-driven view of what are the most important initiatives for the city through the end of the year, as I said. And obviously, to get down to 44 from 103, we've had to leave some things off the list. We haven't decided never to do anything on these items. We've pasted them in a backlog so that we can get to them as we finish things on the main list. The good news about these 44 items is that they represent a body of work that we believe we can deliver on to our community through the remainder of the year. Next slide, please. So moving forward, we want to give the council and our community the chance to engage with us, to give us input, make changes, and ultimately, we will be seeking council direction to formalize this at a special session. The roadmap will also be helpful to us and guide our budget proposals for the next fiscal year. So to move forward, what we're proposing and starting today is sharing the roadmap with you all and seeking your initial feedback on the process and content. In January, we'd like to conduct town hall meetings with mayor and council members to get community feedback on the roadmap. Staffer will be facilitating or helping with those. And then in February, as I mentioned, we'd like to have a special council meeting to really debate and decide on the final roadmap that will be informed by what we've heard in the community and really be our pathway forward. In parallel, we're also working with staff of all of our departments to operationalize the work here so that we have a cadence and a process to ensure that we're delivering on the priorities on the roadmap. So in closing, really appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation with the council. As I said before, we owe it to you to give you the whole picture so that we are really truly working together and there's no kind of black box effect. We certainly need your help to be able to narrow our focus to the most important work ahead of us. And I think need to be willing to say no at times, or at least not yet, to good ideas so that we can focus on the ones that we prioritized. You know, the roadmap is a tool that we hope will guide us through this process. Otherwise, I think, you know, we will fall short and we will be frustrating our community with our inability to get things done if we're not prioritizing the most important work. And so bottom line, we are hopefully seeking a process that works for all of us to ensure that we are focused on that most important work, and very much look forward to your input. So, Mayor, that concludes our 3.1 today. I know we covered a lot of ground. Appreciate the opportunity, and all of the staff, Kip and Lee and others are here to help answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thanks to everyone for their presentations and all the hard work. Let's first go to members of the public, and then we'll come back to the council. José Whitmancy. José, your device appears to be muted right now.
That now you gave it to me. Thank you. Okay, good. So basically, I was talking about the our item 2 that didn't seem to get addressed, the consent calendar and violence against women. And I wanted to address that besides, I guess, the city manager's report. But my input is about the critical issue of how we are running our city in regards to protecting our community. And the issue is that there is no requirement of our city council to have public meetings that address the needs of the community. That is your job. You are representatives, is to listen to us. And that is not occurring. And what happened to me with my city council member, Deb Davis, is I almost lost my life and was almost put in jail because of me trying to communicate to her. And that she doesn't have us sit around in a circle and talk. And on top of sitting around in the circle and talking, which Raul Perales does, but I don't want just 2 minutes. I want more time. We all need more time to talk. That's very important. We need to be close emotionally, but physically separated. And so, okay, I know, I'm just saying you did not address this issue. You did not give us public comment in terms of our consent calendar. So I have to address this issue. And I would like something back to you, from you about the need for our community to have time with our council members. And you're ignoring me. So I guess that's what happens. But I'm saying this needs to change, and I wanted to have it come back. So I'm electing Pam Foley to be our mayor because she is, coming from the school district. That is the policy, how school district runs, that if you have an issue, they get back to you, okay? And I want somebody to get back to me about the importance of having these community meetings, and with the mayor, that we need community meetings. So I don't have to feel threatened and have my life threatened because I'm trying to have a conversation with my council member. It shouldn't be like that.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140. Person with the phone number ending 5140, we're not able to hear you right now. Device appears to be muted. Phone number 5140, that person is not able to be heard right now. Okay, we'll go to Ms. Beekman.
Hi, I think I'm hoping that you'll have consent calendar after items 3.1 and 3.3.
That's correct.
Thank you. To practice how to try to offer a good-minded public service announcement, I hope at this point in mid-November, we are all becoming clear that even as the vaccine process seems to be developing in many parts of the world at this time, there still may be an expected rise in COVID-19 cases throughout the winter. And that to update my statistics, we are going to have to work hard so that the previous 90 to 100 deaths a week across the SF Bay area may only grow to a minimum amount of 100 to 30, 140 a week this fall and winter. For all of our efforts and worry at this time, this means to please continue to use caution and safe practices all through the fall and early winter here in San Jose and the Bay Area. Continue to trust how physical distancing, the simple ask of a person's health, washing your hands with soap, and the use of a mask can be of much help. Thank you. Thank you for your roadmap ideas for the beginning of next year to have a community process to learn how to better talk about the issues of COVID is nice. And I'll be looking forward to that. And the person who talked about, creating screen pictures, or examples for different parts of the community. I really liked those things. I really hope that it's always been my hope that the search function can learn to be a more accessible process on the public website, on the city public website. And how about the idea? It's great you offered Chinese. Thank you. How about the ideas of offering Eritrean and Ethiopian languages on the public?
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140. Okay, it appears that your device is not functioning properly, so we're not able to hear you right now. All right, we'll return to council. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question for Dave. I guess I'm not exactly sure I understand the roadmap timeline that you put forward. Looks like perhaps the city roadmap is going to replace our council prioritization process for the budget. Is that the case for this coming year?
Yeah, I think what we're proposing to do is kind of integrate, and that's kind of the key word here. Certainly, I do know that we need to be able to loop back with the council, and Lee can probably help me with this on kind of making sure that the priorities that we had back in February, the opportunity to add or subtract or modify and all of that, and then we would probably have to reintegrate into this roadmap. So this roadmap is a draft. It assumes that those old priorities are still in play, and we need to recognize that we're going to need to leave room for change of those priorities. Lee, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I mean, I think you hit it on the head. I think we've reflected on the last year when we brought forward council policy priority process. We did kind of outline the need to integrate that even more, not just with the budget process, but kind of programmatically overall, which the roadmap kind of helps us do that. And so I think there'll be an understanding of when we get to that roadmap the existing stuff that was voted on last year that we haven't gotten to, are they still pertinent given the situation they're in? I think as several of you said, some of those kind of are out of context now that we're in this. So there should be an opportunity of the policy windows that are available to us to have a discussion on what should move forward as part of the roadmap exercise.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I think it took us a while to build up credibility on the council priorities. And so don't want to lose traction on that. On the other hand, just want to recognize the fact that many of those priorities have taken a back seat. And so that's kind of what we're trying to reconcile with you all and ourselves, just in our capacity.
Yeah, and I that's fine. I don't want to lose the priorities that we have, and I think it is, at least from my perspective, since you asked for our input, from my perspective, going back to that list and seeing how we prioritized it last year, along with this roadmap, makes sense for one discussion, the same discussion. And I mean, to that end as well, I don't know about anybody else, but I'm looking at this list and going, electronic billboards, maybe we have some other things that have come up since then that'll take precedence over that. When we're talking about downtown and economic recovery and those kind of things, like, do we really still care about electronic billboards right now? Yeah. That's the first one that comes out, just for an example. And then I saw smoke-free multifamily housing policy and I went, yeah, that's, especially with people spending more time at home, like, for sure that has risen in the rankings from my perspective. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not losing sight of those priorities, and also the fact that, that's also the time when we add new ideas. And with the world looking much different than it did when we did this before, 9 months ago, or however many months ago it was now, I want that opportunity again.
Yeah, very much agreed. And is like I said in the presentation, I think it was actually to you the last time, is we don't want this to be a black box. We want to be as open and transparent with you all, so you have the picture, you understand what's at stake, and then you, obviously, the mayor and the council, are the one who makes the decision on what our priorities are going to be, and that's the way we want it.
Yeah, the one other thing that I would say about this, Dave, is when I'm looking at the roadmap draft, with the enterprise priority, the project, the strategy, and the policy, what I don't see in here are the operations like library and parks that are critical operations to our residents, and how those fit in whatever tier we're in at that time, and what the plan is for those, because that'll shift some of the, it could shift some of the resources, right?
Yeah, but very good point. But this roadmap really rests kind of and sits above the day-to-day work that we're doing. And so that all, the 264 services that we outlined in the previous discussion we had with you all, that work is going to continue on. Now, it gets modified and changed all the time, especially with COVID.
Yeah.
The roadmap here is really about these change initiatives and our leadership capacity. And so it's the policy work and the major strategic work that we're doing, the major project work that we're doing. And so that's kind of our focus here with the roadmap, recognizing that those 264 city services are continuing on one way or another, day in and day out.
Okay, but as you've said, we have, and I'm sorry if I'm not totally understanding, because as you've said, and I appreciate that slide, Aaron, Andrew, please feel free to put it back up. We have a finite number of staff, and they're working on, either change initiatives or business as usual, or both. And right now, what that looks like is, our libraries aren't open. So staff members who normally staff the library are doing other things. So, I mean, I'm sure, I know some of them are doing the pickups, but I don't know if everyone who works inside a library is doing the express pickup stuff. So I guess it's that kind of thing where that part is still a black box to me.
Fair enough.
And we know that a lot of parks people are working on the alfresco program, and I think there are still parks people working on food distribution stuff. So what does that mean for our parks maintenance and our programming?
Yeah,
Those
so
are the kinds of things that I guess I don't understand the trade-offs. So it looks to me like there might be trade-offs in the project strategies and policies and between that and the city services. And I don't understand what those trade-offs are, just looking at it the way it's laid out right now. And that's the kind of discussion that I'm hoping, I'm not asking for it right now. I'm just saying that's the kind of discussion that I'm hoping we will be able to have as we move forward to this with this.
Yeah, that's a great point. So we need to continue that city services discussion in parallel here, because you're right. There are trade-offs also being made between the two. And there are trade-offs being made within city services in terms of how we're performing those services as you just described. So absolutely, we need to continue that discussion as well.
Okay, and I just want to point out, not just for the council, but for our residents, because they're the ones at the end of the day who are using those services. So that's it for me. I just wanted to say thank you for adding the holding the moment pieces interspersing them in the slides. It's really fun to see them, and I'm glad we get to see them a little bit more, since most of us are not going to the airport on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question about the stats for the uptick. And I wanted to see if we could have further information about like the key zip codes that are being impacted. I know on page 11, I saw the definite spike, and I'm guessing that we can just add that spike maybe to the already existing zip codes that are most impacted. Is that the trend, or are we keeping a track of where more or less these spikes are happening in our city?
So we're continuing to break down by zip code actually as we speak. Our team is working on it, the way the data sets got released. I know that we've seen improvement in those zip codes that we're worried about, but nowhere near where we would want it to. And they seem to have followed the overall trends. So I would believe that there isn't a lot of uptick in those zip codes, but that'll be something that we have to follow back up with you in the coming days on.
Well, thank you. I'd appreciate that. It would be important to find that information out so that we can, in accordance, also pivot with our messaging, as we saw with some of the information officers are putting a great marketing, well, I shouldn't say marketing, but promotional plan, a communication plan. And I think that that's going to go hand in hand with what we find, where we find, so that we can really target. I saw that they're very culturally appropriate messages, and I'm going to guess, because I think they were in Chinese and Vietnamese and Spanish, and I'm thinking those languages were targeted because these languages, or these are the folks who have a higher contraction rate in our city. Okay, I see you.
Well, there's definitely an effort overall to make sure that our whole city as a whole can actually receive the messages that we're trying to communicate on. But I'd say, as well as everything from the budget picture down to operations, and what Carolina and Chelsea and Colin have been able to do in the way of messaging has been targeted for those zip codes, so that we can get word out, because we've been worried that they haven't been getting the messages. So most of our efforts in the EOC have centered on those zip codes over the past several months.
Okay, so I'm going to call your attention to slide 32, which is the Spanish one. And so it says here, Latinx imagery that tells vibrant, colorful stories. avoid stereotypes. But then we fall into a stereotype where it says Latinx women are more likely to do the bulk of shopping for their family. And I think we have to be careful about that, because it could be, you know, during these times sheltering in place, that both men and women are going out there, and if the children are home, somebody has to be home, right? So I don't want us just to eliminate targeting some of the men in the supermarkets when indeed these go out into the supermarkets and leave somebody out, because you know it's a mother and a kiddo there being portrayed, and sometimes that kind of messaging may not speak to men. I don't know, but you all know what you're doing in the targeting. So I just hope that we ourselves don't fall into some of the stereotypes as well for some of these messages. And I know for Chinese, Vietnamese, and Spanish, they're all three, from what I know of the cultures, very collectivism, very family oriented. And I know these are various stereotypes, but I know that what we're trying to do is play on a message that works well with our community and what we know well about our community. And so I thought it was very well done overall. And I even like the thoughtfulness of the colors that were included there and what works. I mean, you know, it just, everything has to work, right, for a message to be heard when there's so much out there that are distracting people. So I thought it was job really well done. And so I want to just say thank you to that team. I know there was Carolina, you were the one who was reporting this, but I know that there was a whole team behind you, and so I think they did a really good job. Their graphics look great. And so the only thing that I wanted to add was that whatever we see in the breakdown of the zip codes, that those go hand in hand with what we are doing with this messaging, because we do want to build on wherever this is happening, right? And hopefully you just pivot a little bit on those messages. I see you shaking your head.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember. Absolutely. And I think, you know, the team has already started as of yesterday to pivot on some of the messaging, just given the very quick change from orange back to purple. And so I think we'll continue to change on the messaging given the circumstances, but also continue to learn, you know, with our community as a partner on how and when we communicate as well.
Great. And I know I've shared this before, and I'm sure that this is something that the team has already thought about, but I'm just going to throw out there once again, is to distribute the information in through the schools and their peach jar or their online messaging. Carol, I see you nodding your head, so that's something that you're already possibly doing. And then also include some of the grantees that we've recently approved to do food distribution or to implement any of the programming that we have had grants for. And so that the messaging continues through them. I'm sure that they have their own, but it wouldn't hurt to have them also distribute some of the messaging or be folks who relay that as well. Awesome. So I saw a shaking of the heads there. So I'm going to move on to the sorry, I'm trying to get to the right page 20 with, or page 18. This is for the DV and the sexual assault numbers. And so thank you, Lieutenant Donahue, for sharing with us that you are using that intersectionality tool. This is actually a tool that when we had a joint meetings, actually, there were a series of meetings that happened with the county in which we had discussions about what's really happening with our systems, how do they interplay, how can we improve that interplay, and where are some of the areas that we need to work on. An intersectionality tool was really important. And so I'm glad to hear that it's in use. It's rendering what we want it to render, which is a deeper level of understanding for some of those survivors who are calling in. And so great work on that. I'm really happy. This is like so many years in the making in terms of the joint meetings, and how just systems kind of move really slowly. So for me, I don't want to skip over it. It is something that was absolutely needed, that was crucial. So I'm grateful that it's there, and that it's being used and it's useful. Now, I'm always going to push on sexual assault and domestic violence, because I think it's an area that is completely underreported, that you already know. I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know. And today we're celebrating, or we're going to proclaim International the International Reduction of Violence Against Women, because the theme isn't, it's not a theme, right? We really want to eliminate the violence against women. And so in order to do that, I think that we need to continue to understand what is the statistics behind what we're seeing here, because what's missing for me is maybe the nature and severity of some of these crimes, right? Like, is this the fourth time that this person is called? And then the severity of the violence against some of these survivors. Is it the same perpetrator in the last 12 months, right? I mean, just having that kind of history there, because one of the things that we miss with some of these calls is that it's a moment in time in that relationship, and that might be leading up to something more severe and ultimately in death, right? And so I'm not sure how we can continue to capture this. But for me, the picture is missing. It isn't lost on me that there was a big jump in domestic violence in August, because that was kind of around the time that we had the lifting of restrictions, right? So as close to normal as we can call normal during these times. And there's probably more mobility within that household, probably more opportunity to interact with other folks, and to be able to report or feel supported or connected with other folks. But this shelter in place is actually an ideal tool for a lot of perpetrators, because it isolates women and isolates the family. And so I know I was looking at a report that from Chicago, and the folks who were calling were actually people who were calling who were neighbors and friends and families, and not necessarily the victims. And so I wonder if we can have more of a breakdown, and we can take this into a PISFIS committee so we can understand this a little bit more. But I like to see, and I can send this information to you. I'd like to see what that severity of violence is. I'd like to see what in the last 12 months for those victims, how many times there has been incidents involving that person, involving that perpetrator, because I think we need just to build a better picture about what this looks like. And so I was really disappointed to hear that there's kind of a bit of a washing out of these numbers, because there's a decrease does not mean that there's a decrease in violence. There's just a decrease in calls to us. And so in the same way that I just suggested that we pivot with the increase of contraction rate in some of our zip codes, we need to do something that also responds to the increase in domestic violence and sexual assault. And I'm not necessarily seeing that response. And so, I've been asking for this all year long. These numbers are not in real time. And so I don't know how the police department pivots and what that pivot would be. And one of the things that I would like to see is more of a coordination with maybe some of the advocates. I don't know if our own, I don't know what is in the process that is maybe that could be improved. I don't know what we could do in terms of messaging, and maybe adding to some of that communication campaign is to add some messaging specifically for domestic violence, for child abuse, for sexual assault, and to be very specific about that. So I'd like to know, what is the plan? We know that there's a rise. What is the plan to address this? We can't wash it off as, well, you know, compared to it is less than what it was last year. If we're all sheltered in place, we would see a huge reduction in that, but we've managed to see almost similar numbers as in last year. I know I'm not frozen, so what is the response here?
The chief's trying to speak right now, but it's muted. Chief, I can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Chief.
Okay. Well, Councilmember, till we get the chief back on here, I want to touch on a couple of things you mentioned. I was looking down because I was taking notes. One of the things you asked for was about the nature and severity of the domestic violence, and then of course looking at the quantity of times that the survivor has been abused or the abuser has been participated in the crime. Those are stats I'm sure we can get from the department, but they're not prepared right now. It'll take some time to do that. It's not something that we have at hand. This was a little higher level look at the domestic violence over the course of COVID. In regards to
them with some hotspots, because that's one of the other resources that they were missing. So staying connected via internet was really important to them. They didn't have that access. They were actually going into the offices of those providers to use the computers so that they could do whatever it is that they needed to do. So that means that they didn't have access at home. So there seems to be a different picture when I talk to the providers, and that's one of the reasons why I asked Chief Garcia to meet with these providers, and we had this discussion. He heard their concerns, and so I feel like maybe we need to do a reconnect once again, so that we're all in the same Zoom room and we all hear the same things, because at this point, there seems to be a difference of opinion. And I know our statistics don't lie. Obviously, these are the numbers. The numbers are the numbers. But when our providers tell us that there's an increase and survivors are tapping into their services much more than what we're seeing, and that the crimes are a lot more severe, even in the child abuse. And that report I actually got from the county, that the level and severity of abuse in children was a lot, it had increased, right? And so I think we also need to draw a picture in terms of what it is that we're dealing with, so we can actually have a different, maybe pivot with a response that's appropriate for that. And Chief Knopf, I see that your mic is on. No, it isn't. Okay.
Sorry, we're not able to hear you. Okay, looks like the chief's not able to.
Okay, well, I can take this conversation offline, but I just, this is an issue I've been bringing up, that I really want us to pivot in real time. We can't look back in August and say there was a spike and then we didn't pivot with the increase, and we didn't respond to the trend. And so I really need for us to figure something out we're not the exception to the whole world. Um, there's studies upon studies on pandemics that violence against young girls and women are always in an increase, always in an increase. The last study was in Ebola. There's always an increase in violence against women and children. And so we are no exception. We're not a more noble city than others. Somehow we don't have our stress techniques and management under control, or domestic violence didn't just go away, or sexual assault didn't just go away. And so we need to make sure that we respond to these issues and come together. And I don't know that I just don't want to have to say this again. Dave, this is the end of the year, and I'm still asking for us to pivot on this.
So, Councilmember, if I could add something here. One of the things we've been doing is we've been doing a deeper dive on these statistics, and I think there's some challenges with just looking at crime analysis statistics, because we know that the statistics hinge on whether or not somebody reports domestic violence, child abuse, or sexual assault, right? And to the extent they're not reported, we really can't respond to it. At the same time, we know that that's one of the challenges and intricacies with this issue, right? In that there's a significant underreporting of this. And so one of the things that we talked about in an effort to try to get a better handle on this is putting a request in from our city EOC to the county EOC, where we convene all the key players. That includes police, but also includes people like Nextdoor, the YWCA, some of the other community-based organizations, victim advocates, and really have a true-up conversation to see if there's a way that we could formally and informally kind of come up with a strategy to address this issue, because I think you're absolutely right? I mean, if we're just going to rely on statistics, we're not going to always get the full picture. At the same time, if we got to start somewhere, right? So even if it means working off some assumptions. So that's one of the things that we wanted to recommend as well going forward, is really asking the county EOC to convene all the players. We, of course, in San Jose, will bring the right players to the table as well, so that we have a more comprehensive, holistic conversation about this, and then have the subject matter experts themselves really come up with a multi-pronged strategy around next steps, right? Which could potentially, I would imagine, include greater PSA and communications, access to how to report, and as well as victim protection, right? Because we know that especially with shelter in place, that becomes a big issue. So your point's well taken. We'll take that back. We have been trying to get a better handle on this, but if you're okay with that approach, that was one of the next steps we wanted to recommend.
Actually, I really like that recommendation. I think it's probably what we were doing before, Angel, which is the joint meeting with the county. And we've had about 3 of them, maybe 4 at this point. And so I think you're right. I think we do need to have another joint meeting with them, talk a little bit more in depth about this. But I really don't want to continue to talk about this much more. I want us to be able to break down some of these statistics. I want us to be able to respond in our communication and keep these folks in mind. It is, I can't imagine how families are dealing with so much stress. I have 2 kids at home, and I'm just, overwhelmed with stress, having to be their tutor and their everything, and then also do work. But I have the privilege of being able to stay at home, and not everybody gets to do that and have some additional resources. And so I can't imagine what other families are going through. And this is putting a great level of stress on children and women. And I want us to make sure that we pivot with this type of stress in the same way we do in any other arena, like food, like home, housing. This is no different. And so I appreciate your response. I do want to break down those statistics, and I'll send you some additional information, Chief. I know that the mic isn't working, so I'll just send that in writing to you so we can talk further about this, hopefully in PISFIS. And then have a conversation offline. So I appreciate the attention to this. I know I've gone 10 minutes over my 15-minute limit, but I'm going to tell you that this is absolutely worth, if I spoke on this for an hour, this would be worth the time spent. Because I actually don't think that we've given it the time and the energy and the benefit to the community that we are serving. We're serving them, and we need to make sure that we keep them in mind in every step of the way. And I can't say that we have been doing that so far. Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to start with the same way I'm going to end, which is thank you for the roadmap. And I look forward to having discussions with the community and all of my colleagues and city staff as this moves forward. And to me, probably the most important aspect of that is prioritizing community safety and equity. And so to that end, I have some questions, particularly on, this is a question for both the PD, but also Angel. And that is, if we're prioritizing community safety and equity, and now we're in purple, right, the purple tier, what happens with our gang intervention programs, all of them, particularly given the increases in gang violence? And one of the things that I noted in the stats that we just saw is that's reported activity. And I can name 2 neighborhoods in my district that have actually seen large increases in unreported activity. I have a challenge in having some residents report shootings and some pretty serious things going on in their neighborhoods because of the fear, because of the isolation, which was there before COVID, but COVID has actually exacerbated that. And we've had a number of meetings with the gang folks, really starting in summer, where we saw an activity, but there have been a number of violent activities in the neighborhoods. And if we are prioritizing community safety and equity, how are we responding to those? And I don't know who wants to go first, if PD or Angel wants to go first.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if the chief's mic is working yet. If it is, I'll defer to him, but if not, I'll be happy to start. Let me go ahead and start. First of all, Councilmember, you're right on the money in terms of the concern around the shift back to the purple tier, because as you heard from Lieutenant Donahue's report out, what we're doing is we're really tracking crime data, and we're kind of breaking it down all in the context of COVID and all in the context of what's happening in our city and in all our neighborhoods during this COVID time, right? And a picture is starting to emerge, right? And we know that crime doesn't just take a break just because COVID is here. In fact, we've seen how it has shifted, right? From away from home burglaries to school burglaries, as an example, and that kind of a thing. No doubt the shift back to purple tier really puts a wrench in our game. As you heard during the Unsung Hero report, we basically had our gang intervention staff that had shifted to food distribution and to census work. At the end of October, we shifted them, pivoted them back to gang intervention and street outreach work because for the same reason that you mentioned, we started to see certain hotspots get a little hotter, right? I mean, more recently, although we don't see an overall pattern or trend, but we do see, for example, Winchester Cadillac area really heating up. The Santee Owsley neighborhood in your district, Seven Trees in your district. We saw the 2 homicides in South San Jose at the extended care, right? Those aren't necessarily gang related, but they were violent homicides nonetheless. And so one of the things that we're doing is we are pivoting our street outreach teams as well as the community-based organizations funded under the Mayor's Gang Prevention Task Force through San Jose Best, right? A lot of those organizations also pivoted with their respective organizations to do other COVID response. Beginning late October, we're shifting all those resources back to street outreach and street intervention. Today, as we speak, while we're having this meeting, our teams are actually meeting to figure out how to shift back, because we had just finalized a whole strategy aimed at enhancing gang prevention, early intervention, and hardcore intervention in some of these specific areas in coordination with San Jose Police Department. We're going to have to pivot a bit on that because our options now are fewer in terms of the level of interaction we could have with people. So we're going to have to shift from identifying, groups of individuals that we're trying to reach out to and assist to doing more one-on-one. So our staff is working on how to do that pivot. In the meantime, from a PD perspective, and the chief and Lieutenant Donahue can speak more on this as well, and I think Assistant Chief Tyndale as well. We're going to continue with deploying the VSET cars out into the community just to increase patrol and surveillance in the areas, as well as deploying our staff, our street outreach staff, just to reach out to young people who just need an opportunity to redirect their behavior as well, right? We're not going to just take an enforcement only approach to this issue. We're really going to balance it out with really reaching out with young people to make sure they have an alternative as well. But we, like 2020, this shift back to purple did give us a little bit of a setback, but we're going to pivot and we're going to figure it out. And within the next few days, we'll revise that plan. I'll stop there. I don't know if Lieutenant Donahue or if the chief is available to talk now, want to weigh in.
Yeah, I can definitely jump in here unless Chief Nafi, you get your thing back on?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can. Oh, how about that? Yeah, I mean, not much changes for us. I mean, as far as work on, dealing with gang violence, I mean, obviously that's a priority for us. And gang violence doesn't recognize colors of tiers that we might be occupying at a certain time. So we'll continue to deal with gang violence. We do see things getting a little more violent on the street, and COVID doesn't really play into that at all. We're taking more guns off the street where we have this year than we have in years past. In fact, 50% more. So that'll continue to be a priority for dealing with gangs in not only deploying to hotspot areas, but also foot patrols and whatnot. So that will continue. Nothing will change for us, and we'll continue to monitor that activity as we go throughout not only the pandemic, but as the year goes along, as we always do.
Yes, and thank you for that. And I don't know if Steve Donahue or Dave Tyndall want to add anything to that. I do want to say I'm very grateful for the Violent Crimes Enforcement team, right? I'm trying to remember VSET, and the gang suppression cars that are deployed and have been very active. At one point, I have 3 divisions in my district, and at one point one of my captains said, I have no more cars to deploy, right, to areas in that division. But this is also an equity and community issue. If we are just deploying police officers, again, for which I am extremely grateful, we need to have those services come into neighborhoods, especially neighborhoods that are isolated, that are alone. And I was out there, I've been out there in the community. I've been out at food distributions. I've been out, we were out every day with the census. And I'll say that, when I was out with the census, we did some little ice cream giveaways so that families would come in and parents could fill out the census on the spot. I had mothers coming to me in tears, literally coming out, happy to have something to do with their child, but in tears because they have no job. They don't know how they're going to pay rent. They're dealing with all of these other issues. And by the way, their children who may or may not be going to school are afraid to go outside, and their mothers are afraid for them to go outside. And so these are the issues that our neighborhoods are dealing with. And I know you know that, but as we move into this next tier, I do not want to lose sight of our North Star, which is the fact that we do have people who are, while we are all impacted by COVID, we have some people in our city that are really, really suffering. And it's our job to stand up for them. And so I wanted to bring that issue. And in the same vein, I wanted to make a couple of points. My colleague, so Councilmember Arenas was so eloquent about it, but I want to caution us as a city to please be careful when we talk about domestic violence going down or minimizing some of these issues. I agree. I look forward to another joint county meeting because the county is responsible for the safety net, including medical and the justice system. But we are, as I often describe us at the city, we're the town square. We're the neighborhoods, and we are on the ground in every neighborhood of the city. And so I wanted to point out that, we've been in COVID officially since March, and there have been a tremendous numbers of studies from the New England Journal of Medicine, the National Bureau of Economic Research actually have done some great papers out of Cambridge studying the effects of domestic violence during a pandemic. And so we know that we're not guessing at this point. Enough time has passed, and enough time will continue to pass because COVID is clearly not going away anytime soon. But we know that victims are interacting with fewer potential reporters, especially children, because they're not in school. People may not be working. They may not be going to their medical checkups, right? Because the system is set up that you as a child, or as a woman, you go in and get your checkups. Well, guess what? Now in COVID, especially if you're in certain healthcare, if you go to a community clinic, you're going to be seen on telehealth, right? And so you're not having that sit down with a medical provider who's asking you some questions, who's providing that intimate opportunity to have a conversation about your situation at home. The other thing that we know is that economic independence is a critical factor in domestic violence prevention. And who's experienced the largest job loss and unemployment in this pandemic nationally. And again, as Councilmember Arena said, we're not that special. I know, I feel we are special, but we're really not that special, right? It is women of color, immigrants, and workers without a college degree. So if we correlate these folks who are most vulnerable, guess where they live, right? And guess that they're living in these households that have experience multi-generational households where you might have multiple people experiencing job loss, where you might have children left unattended because one person needs to go out and earn a paycheck because that may be the only paycheck in that household that they're getting. And the other thing that Councilmember Arenas touched on that I wanted to emphasize was that what these studies have shown us is that community reporting is different from mandated reporting. So now that during the pandemic, we have seen neighbors and friends calling a hotline, which is different, as you all know, from a mandated reporter. And these studies have also pointed out that domestic violence has increased in couples with children, renters, and interestingly, people that didn't have domestic violence calls before COVID. And so I wanted to bring that up. One, please let's not minimize this. We know that cities around the globe are experiencing increases in domestic violence, and that we need to look at how this is impacting our communities, particularly neighborhoods who are experiencing lots of different things, right? We have a lot of people isolated throughout our city, and that tends to be a pretty bad recipe during a pandemic. So I wanted to also bring up a couple of things on the strategic communication team. I wanted to thank everybody for doing the kind of studies to really, instead of making some assumptions, do a little bit of research and come up with some recommendations, particularly in a city as diverse as ours. I think that there's an opportunity in our strategic communication plan to target business owners and workers, particularly with different ethnic messaging as well. These are important issues when you have multi-generational households. The LA Times just reported today that it's young people that are now going out because everybody's tired of COVID and that are bringing it back home and getting seniors sick, and the seniors are getting sicker, right? And so that's an important message. We also need to target those essential workers. Again, essential workers, you know, where they're working all over the city. So they might live in my neighborhood, but they might work in Councilmember Foley's neighborhood, right? So that's a basic concept of public health, is that we are all connected and we're dependent on one another. And that this messaging be multicultural for both business owners and workers. And I'll tell you, one of the things that really struck me as during this pandemic, my office has received a lot of calls from, frankly, things people shouldn't be experiencing during a pandemic. We've had people be evicted or threatened with eviction for not paying a full rent, even though they have protections. There's still people taking advantage of that. Similarly, my office has received multiple calls from people who have been fired or threatened with getting fired if they had to stay home because of testing positive for COVID. So there are some rights pretty much at every level of government, including an ordinance that we passed early in this pandemic to protect the workers of our city. There are rights that people have and obviously don't know that they have. And we need to educate some of the business owners because we just want everybody to be healthy. We want things to work. We want everything to get better. And we can do that by respecting everybody's rights. And lastly, on the roadmap, my quick feedback is, again, that we prioritize community safety and equity. I think that's it's part of the basic contract with government that we have as a community, and that we include equity and economic recovery, that we include business owners as well as workers, and really acknowledging that smaller businesses need more help. And it's required a little bit of shift in our economic development team, who are used to working with very large corporations. Now they're working with mom and pops who may not have a government relations person or may not have the staff or the expertise needed to really ride out and weather these difficult times. And the last thing that I wanted to bring up under the roadmap is that we as a city, we are facing a dearth of volunteers. We're having to worry about staffing and how we deploy our own staff. We really need to invest in CBO organizational capacity. And I think that we've seen that, how much we've relied on them. But when huge organizations such as the food bank can't come up with enough volunteers, how do we expect Somos Mayfair or somebody else to really have that organizational capacity to not just weather this winter, but the whole lifetime of COVID that we're here? We know that COVID is going to be around a while. The vaccination process will likely take a while and will take a lot of work, and I look forward to getting into that work. But it's going to take a lot. And we really need to look at the capacities of of the organizations that we rely on throughout the entire city. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dave, and your team for another good presentation. I was hoping that we would be talking about being in the yellow phase and not jumping back, skipping red and going back to purple. It is creating anxiety with everyone. We've all sent out messages to our communities, I know, indicating that we've gone back into purple and what that really means. But I just got a message from someone who runs a dance studio in Los Gatos, but she's a District 9 resident, complaining that the injustice of a dance studio not being treated the same way as an exercise studio that is still remained allowed to stay open, but only outdoors and, you know, within provisions, but the dance studio is closed completely. So it's frustrating, and I bring up that story to follow up on comments made by Councilmember Esparza regarding small business owners and how important it is to pay attention to small business owners and offer them some financial assistance and expertise right now more than ever. They have struggled. They've worked hard to keep their little businesses going, and they don't have, in most cases, the deep pockets to dig deep and get into their savings or go to their bank and get a loan. And frankly, they've probably already spent their PPP loans. Actually, they were supposed to have spent them in the first couple of months. So if they got them, that money has gone. And they're not people, these are small business people who work hard across the city, and they just want to get back to work. So we need to help them any way we can. So in the roadmap, I see, Dave, emphasis on rental assistance and eviction prevention. I would love to see something added in about small business economic impact, helping our small businesses. I think that's really, really critical. It wasn't actually one of the things I was going to mention, but since Councilman Esparza brought it up, I think it's really on point with where we are. People need to need to know we're out there to help them. And even though we've pushed out the message, we need to keep doing so. I really like your roadmap. I wanted to follow up on a question that Councilmember Davis asked Dave, and I wasn't clear on the answer. Is the goal for this roadmap to supplant priority setting session? And if so, I would support that completely for next year. Is that what you're thinking?
I don't think we were thinking supplant. I think integrate was the word I was looking for or using. I think we still need to have that priority setting process with the council and then integrate it on the roadmap, which is a broader perspective of all the work that we're doing. I don't know if Lee, if you want to add anything to that.
No, you got that right. I think it's an integration, not a elimination.
Okay, and I wasn't thinking we would eliminate it permanently, that it would be a pause on priority setting session, or that we would use the roadmap to set our priorities, because frankly, we're in survival mode. And wherein you're in survival mode as an organization, you can't pile on new things. You need to take the things that are important to us, like Councilmember Arenas' concerns about domestic violence and sexual assault and many, many other areas, and work with them and continue to advocate and deploy resources, Vision Zero, et cetera. But to add more things on priority setting that then are not going to be accomplished because we frankly don't have the time, we don't have the time, we don't have the staffing, and we don't have the monetary resources, doesn't quite make sense. I think we need to look at what we're doing and do it better and more of it. That would be that's my philosophy as it relates to the roadmap. I really like the roadmap. It helps me see where we're going and see what you're thinking of. And I circled all the things that were important, and actually it turned out I kept circling things. Oh, good, you caught that, you caught that, you caught that. So I think you've done a lot to capture the things that are really important things that we need to look at. And so I look forward to seeing the roadmap implemented and updated and reported back when you do these EOC reports. I think that's really important. I wanted to talk about, well, before I get in the police report, I want to talk about the communication plan. And is Chelsea there? Chelsea, awesome job for your first. You still here? Awesome job, Chelsea, on your first presentation to City Council. I have a question for you, though, on two groups that you did not indicate access to, and that was our seniors and also those with accessibility issues such as hearing or visually impaired. How do we intend to communicate with seniors and those who are hearing or visually impaired?
Yes, so I can touch on this a little bit, and I might also pass this on to Carolina. But I know for we do have a brochure, like a lot of the stuff we have a digital campaign, but a lot of it is all the print ads to make sure that technology is not a barrier and that all the resources that we have in these print ads touch base on not just getting tested, but having like rental assistance and accessibility. And then especially with digital ads, we made sure that everything in the captions, or if it's hard of hearing, everything's written word for word. So like if you're visually impaired, we have those ADA requirements in there to make sure we are accessing everyone, because we don't want communication to be a barrier, whether you're hard of hearing, whether you don't have technology. I know, like, if you wear glasses, like you don't want like tiny print on your brochure. So making sure that everything's legible, easy to read, no matter who you are, or accessing the resources you need wherever you may be. And then I know we have other resources as well. So I would like to pass it on to maybe Carolina could help with this.
Thank you, Chelsea, and thank you, Councilmember Foley. I think that's an excellent question. Just so you're aware, the ads that we presented were specifically targeted towards the audience that is specified in the EOC Strategic Communications Plan, and those are residents who live in the affected areas by COVID-19. However, to your question, whether or not we're reaching out seniors, absolutely. So we will be distributing information at all of our senior sites through the community centers. We will be working with many of our community-based organizations to make sure they have the resources they need and that they can distribute information out as well. And then in terms of our AFN community, the EOC, the operational branch is been speaking with our AFN community nonprofits, and we'll also be developing a plan, not part of the EOC strategic communications plan, but in addition to, and that'll be for all things that are coming out of the communications or the emergency public information branch. So yes, we're reaching seniors and we will continue to do so. I do know we're going to be working on a plan separately, but we'll continue to do so here. And yes, AFN community is very important, and we will make sure we've got a more robust plan moving forward.
Just to emphasize the seniors a little bit, and thank you for that. And I appreciate that we're focusing on the zip codes with the highest level of COVID and the highest economic impact. But there are seniors in mobile home parks and seniors who are actually told to stay home. So seniors are not mobile, they're not going to senior centers. So how, and you may not have the answer now, but I bring this up every time I'm here too, and we talk about seniors, is how are we reaching our seniors? And to depend on technology for them doesn't work necessarily. Many of them don't even have smartphones. They use someone else's smartphone if they want to call in, or they use someone else's phone. So we just need to make sure that we're working to reach all of our most vulnerable population, and that includes our seniors who are not only health-wise the most vulnerable, but they're the least accessible too, because they are told to stay home and they're not mobile. So I just want to leave you with that regarding seniors, because that's really important. And I'm glad we've got the capabilities on our website for those who are visually impaired and hearing impaired too. That's really, really, really important. Lieutenant Donahue, I would like to talk to you about the burglaries. you had mentioned, and this was alarming, but I think we had heard this before, that the school burglaries spiked dramatically in the springtime, and then 5,700 patrol checks have been conducted. Is that right? Since the spike through October, but has our numbers of school break-ins gone down with the second round of school? I mean, the first round, the school districts closed so quickly. The second round, they were prepared in the fall. So did our numbers statistically drop in late August, September, October?
Yes, ma'am. So what happened with the burglaries when we got that first big spike in the early months of COVID around March, April, May, that spike sparked a response by the department wherein we started doing all these patrol checks. We have officers that are assigned to schools in our school liaison unit and our truancy abatement burglary suppression cars. And they started doing all their school checks during the day. And what we found from that is that created the dip that now leads to maybe 1 to 2 a week. So that number has completely dropped off. When the schools didn't open up again in September and they stayed closed throughout now, and now they're going to stay closed, it looks like, through the new year. That's created an environment where our patrol checks are continuing, are working with the school districts to limit the amount of valuable items in the schools, like computers and iPads and all those. They're out of the schools in a lot of areas because we've worked with them to do that. So it's created a great environment where those burglaries have significantly dropped off.
And I would add that many school districts are actually having their teachers in the classroom, so they're physically on site, even though the kids themselves are not, that there is more of a presence of administrators and people around the school, so there's not the opportunity burglaries that can occur. So I'm glad to hear that the numbers have dropped, and it's just so tragic when you hear schools who have so little, then they lose their computers and their technology and other things that they need so desperately. That also brings me to the commercial burglaries that also spiked. What was the response to the commercial burglaries, and have they come down at all? And what are we doing to address commercial burglaries? Because again, these are typically smaller businesses, I imagine, and they're losing really valuable computers and technology that it's going to be hard for them, and could be personal information that they're losing that's hard to recover. So what are we doing to beef up our commercial burglary patrols?
So for commercial burglaries, we are not finding tremendous clusters because we're talking about a larger area of the city, commercial businesses all over, right? We're not finding it where we're getting finite clusters where a certain area is getting hit really bad. If we do have multiple burglaries in an area, we're saturating that area with patrol officers. We're introducing quality of life cars. But on the other side of that, our burglary unit is doing a tremendous job in using video evidence and tracking down burglars that are hitting these commercial businesses. And on the active side of that, we have a burglary prevention unit that is covertly going out and actively seeking suspects that are trying to sell items or that are I don't want to give away all their techniques.
Yeah,
so let's just say they're doing secret good things.
Secret good things. I'm glad to hear that.
Right.
And finally, I just want to give a shout out to the San Jose Conservation Corps. Thank you, Lee, for highlighting them this time around. They do awesome work. Thank you for all of your reports and your presentations. I really appreciate it. And I hope next time we see you, we've gone back to red or maybe orange. Thank you.
I'm into that. All right. We had another council member who had a hand up. I think, was it Councilmember Carrasco? Did you intend to pull your hand back down?
No, I got disconnected. I didn't know that.
Welcome back.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm gone again. Hold on. I'm back. Okay. Well, first of all, of course, I'm always grateful at what our directors and supervisors, our managers, and all our city staff are doing to address the growing concerns that the pandemic has challenged us with, and seeing us go back to purple is I don't know, it's beyond heartbreaking at this point. I'm getting calls from businesses and individuals and the students that are zooming in with my 3 teenagers who are just about losing their mind. We're going to be dealing with so many other issues that the pandemic is going to leave us with. So I will get to our city manager's report in just a second and what we're doing to respond to all of this. I do want to just make a quick note. I want to thank everybody for all of the work that was done during the census. I know that San Jose was performing very well in comparison to a lot of other cities, but we also know that those really vulnerable communities and those hard to reach communities just were not reporting as well as we needed them to report. So getting everybody on the same page and jumping into action was just it was great being part of that effort and knowing that everybody's willing to roll up their sleeves and jump right in because our city needs it. And so that was just a remarkable thing for me to witness as well. So I really wanted to appreciate everybody for having done that. And now that we know that we performed the way that we did, if someone could just quickly just respond and let me know if there is a breakdown in terms of how our more vulnerable or more harder to reach communities did, if those numbers truly did go up as I know that Councilmember Esparza and I were tracking. But at the end of the day, I just wanted to see if there was a breakdown in response.
Yeah, Councilmember, we can provide that. We have all the statistics by census tract of how the response went up. Happy to provide that.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Kim. I appreciate that. Again, just thank you. We know that it doesn't just translate into services, render services lost, but it was going to really translate into funding and then representation. For me, it also meant acknowledging that there's a community here that wasn't responding, and to not have them report would mean really for the next 10 years to erase their very existence in our community. So I appreciate everyone who did everything that they could to reach folks, especially during this time. And if we could talk a little bit about, for me as well, it's the crime statistics that were presented. I'm particularly concerned about 2 numbers that were presented. I don't know if you can just share that page. I don't know what page it is, but it's the one that that represents both the child abuse cases as well as the rape and domestic violence. I think it's all on one chart. And Councilmember Arenas and Councilmember Esparza have already spoken at length in terms of these issues that are so concerning. I just want to really look at those numbers again, have everybody be able to just have it there in front of them and just talk about how concerning this is. And so, it's not, this isn't the first time that I've mentioned that my introduction into social work was in the field of domestic violence. I worked with perpetrators of domestic violence. My mentor, Sofia Mendoza, said, if you're going to make a change, you have to get to the root of the problem. And the root of the problem is not the victim. The root of the problem is the perpetrator, that individual who is having issues with power and control. And so I'm concerned about rape and domestic rape. One shows that we've decreased our numbers. One shows that we've increased the numbers of incidents, which is very concerning. You can't dispute that, where there is rape, domestic rape, there are atrocities and crimes perpetrated on women. And so when we look at domestic violence, that's gone up. I agree with my council colleagues, that's an underreported number. Women don't have really a lot of options right now in terms of where to go, especially if they're very isolated. And COVID-19 has just isolated us from our networks and our support systems. And especially for those communities of concern, we're even more isolated because some of us don't have access to the same tools that other people do, such as information, the digital divide, access to finances and financial support in order to be able to even get a smartphone in our hand. I mean, there's a lot of issues, and I don't know what the answer truly is in terms of how we address that, other than to understand that whatever we're looking at is probably very, it's probably a number that is most definitely underreported for all of the reasons that have been stated before. And I think that as we now go again into this purple tier, when you look at violence on individuals that can't defend themselves, who are helpless, hopeless, or who are disconnected from family and their support system, we have to really think outside of the box in terms of how we're going to partner with those agencies and the county and try and reach families by at least getting them the information or doing wellness checks, having school teachers connect more with children, but to see the number as well, you know, it's a 63% decrease in child abuse numbers. The indicators are all here. This is the perfect storm. Isolation, financial stress, loss of job, mental health issues, vulnerable individuals becoming more and more vulnerable, and individuals who are struggling with power and control, looking to see how to regain control in a world that is quickly crumbling around them. And so I look forward to having these conversations at PISFIS, and also to be able to have more in-depth analysis of not just the numbers, but also in terms of what kind of partnerships we're creating or supporting so that we can reach out to our kiddos and the women, mostly women, but also potentially men or non-binary individuals who are really struggling and are finding themselves in these situations. I don't have much of a question because my colleagues really addressed it, but I did just want to echo that again, this is a perfect storm, and it makes victims even more vulnerable to the kind of violence that they've already been exposed to. So making sure that we have the tools there to support them is going to be all the more critical. And finally, the last piece that I really wanted to address, Dave, I think this goes for you. You put up a roadmap that I've been looking through. And for several months, my biggest concern has not been finding ourselves in the eye of the storm in the middle of COVID. One of my biggest concerns has been when the waters recede and when we have an opportunity to kind of breathe through this and see what kind of casualties are left behind. And we'll see individuals who will have gone through their savings, who will suddenly find that there is no job to go back to. They'll find that there is no more business that they can go back to and open their doors to again, that their products or services become obsolete. And so a lot of opportunities are going to become less and less, especially for communities who are really, really struggling.
Those have been convicted or arrested in the past, and I know that's not our line of work. I'm just wondering if we're actually getting the help that we would ordinarily have in a daytime prior to the pandemic. So anyway, that's fine. We can take this offline. I know this isn't in your guys' wheelhouse. I just appreciate your continuing to push. There's been a pretty strong cry from, and demand from the many members of the community that our police officers are doing too much in too many ways. And I'd be the first to say, I think domestic violence is something where, when there's a call, we need an officer to respond, because we know those are often very violent and dangerous calls for service. But I think we should also acknowledge that there's some conduct that, frankly, it's not about be cops out there patrolling. These are much more challenging, much more complex issues. As some of my colleagues have noted, about built up stress and a lot of strains in the family structures. And the best policing in the world is not going to cure it. And, I think it's important for us to recognize that our officers are overwhelmed already, given their low numbers. I shouldn't say overwhelmed. That's not the right number, right word to use, because we continue to have a much lower crime rate than virtually any other large city. But there's no question they're understaffed. And, I appreciate the additional data that's been provided. I appreciate there's much more for us to learn and understand. But these are complex challenges, and the best policing in the world is not going to solve a domestic violence problem. That is a problem that requires many more partners and stakeholders, and obviously much of that intervention has to be within the home, and that's not where our officers are focused. So in any event, I appreciate all the work that's being done, and we've got a lot more work to do. So any other questions? All right. Dave, did you want to say anything else before we move on?
No, thank you, Mayor. I think we're good.
Okay, great. Let's go on to item 3.3, which is the extension of the proclamation of local emergency related to COVID-19. There's no presentation. Tessa Woodmansee, this is a comment specifically on 3.3, extension of proclamation of local emergency related to COVID-19.
Yes, I understand that. It's about communication, proclamation, how we communicate, how we deal with COVID-19. A couple of the issues that I had trouble with is the money that is going towards, what is it? The al fresco. We should have no money going towards al fresco or businesses. What my husband and I just looked at just recently, we need universal basic income. And then we looked at how much it would cost to have $1,500 for every citizen of the United States, every person. And it was like $500 billion. And you know what that number was also how much we spend on war. And this is what, it was the perfect congruence again, that we do need to change the way we're doing business. And that would be a bridge towards us living without fossil fuels and living not as consumers, but as producers. But this would be a bridge. But the other thing I wanted to talk about is communication with our council and how difficult it is. One, that we don't have public comment in the beginning of our meeting. It's so important. We had so much importance stuff that came out through the Santa Clara County meeting that had public comment in the beginning, and where we can hear the problems of our citizenship, and you not doing that. So yes, we need a critical look at how we're running our city. I see the problems that when council members change shifts, then some of them burn all their records. We need protocols that establish that the city council must have talks with their community, that it needs to be a roundtable discussion. And this is what we have to do. We have to set up protocols, just like with our Vision Zero. It has to be engineered. We need to engineer into this business that's called City Hall, how we run it. And it's not happening like that. It's very flim flam. And it needs to be, here we are in a crisis, but, so we're having to address it. But how do we create protocols that really address the needs of the public and communicate with the public on a regular basis? And that has to be built into the system. And that's my comment.
Thank you. Mr. Briekman?
Hi, thank you. Waiting for my speech to come up here. I hope you can have patience with my words on this item as I, they're a bit anecdotal, and to offer anecdotal words and not fully scientific fact checking and extending a state of emergency at this time. I hope you can respect, kind of a schoolyard atmosphere of public meeting process. Although it seems we may have a vaccination process around the world that may be lessening the intensity of what seems the many variations of COVID-19, we are seeing a significant rise in new cases at this time that can cause much harm if not addressed with safety and caution. A rise in cases that I feel may end the planned reopenings of the January-June 2021 school year. Despite this current grim news, I am still hoping the current state of this pandemic can be part of long-term plans to very much lessen the stronger effects of COVID-19 by next summer and in the next few years, as the vaccination process can hopefully more fully grow by next summer. With all of this, I'm hoping we can be open to funding needs and ideas from the federal level for the next few years, as the state of California has been developing its own important funding mechanisms to prepare for a next year that may include a rise in foreclosures and new recession questions. In these ideas and practices that can help both the economy and the health and welfare of everyday community and small business. A reminder, Alameda County and its local cities seem to have developed a good balance and relationship in what to expect from California state funding patterns for the next few years, and then how to politely pass along this information to their everyday communities. Thank you.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 5140, speaking specifically on this extension of the proclamation. Sir, your device appears to be muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Finally. I mean, this Zoom, what a system you have. What a waste of money. Again, City of San Jose wasting money. You wonder why there's not going to be any money for the kiddos over there in Carrasco's district. But law enforcement people, they get paid a lot of money, $300,000 for the people that hand out permits for the Captain Gina Tabaldi. She's just one of the many, with this, these administrative jobs that require a gun, I guess. I don't know. But hello?
Yeah, they're all listening to you. Just keep going.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah. And you got McDonough over there, giving that nice presentation. Real nice. But meanwhile, you guys got your boys at Bryan and Cherry Avenue, making sure someone doesn't roll through
We're
a stop
merely
sign.
taking public comment on the extension of the emergency proclamation.
Yeah, I know, but I got shafted on my time, you guys, because of your stupid Zoom system. You shafted me.
We encourage you to take more time to learn how to use Zoom software.
No, I know how to use it, Sam. Go get fucked.
Okay. That gentleman won't be speaking again at this meeting. Councilmember Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank the team for including the analysis and updating the statistics in the declaration, and noting that the pandemic has exposed and magnified inequalities in our society. I thought that this proclamation was very extensive as a document, and had a lot of important milestones. So thank you for that. I also wanted to give a shout out to the Conservation Corps for their workforce support. I know that we are stretched throughout our distribution system, and not to mention some other things. And we're relying on them a lot, and they're doing a great job. So I just wanted to thank them and move the resolution.
Second.
All right, motion and second. Any other comment? Let's vote.
Martinez,
Yes.
Rawls,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Yamas,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
right, thank you. Next up is the consent calendar. Here we are, it's almost 5 o'clock and we're at consent. Are there any items that council would like to pull? Please raise your little blue hands. Councilmember Esparza would like to pull item 2.7, approval of La Raza application for restoration of the Chichi House. Forgive me if I mispronounced that. Item 2.13, which is approval of Natural Prematurity Awareness Month. Councilman Reyes would like to pull that item, as well as item 2.14, which is approval of International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Let's go to public comment.
And Mayor, I'd like to pull 2.8. I have my hand up.
Yes, 2.8.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other items, Councilman Reyes? Any other items you'd like to pull, Councilman Reyes? Okay, there may be a challenge. We'll go to public comment. We'll come back then. Councilor Woodmansee on consent.
Great, thank you. So yes, I'm interested in that violence against women. And I guess, so I'm talking on that. And the violence that I experienced in going to a city council meeting. City council to talk to my council member. This is really critical, okay? I almost got killed, okay? I almost got sent to jail as a 5150, that I was crazy, okay? This is how her staff said, oh, we were gonna call 5150 on you. You know, and this is what, you know, what I say it came from Deb Davis, the way she runs she has trash talks. So we have to run after her to even have her talk to us. This is wrong. This has to be changed. We have to do this.
On consent.
Okay, I am. It's talking about violence against, you know, and you can't do that, Mayor Liccardo. I am talking about violence. And this is a critical issue in our community, how our council members are handling their public to reach out to the public as a representative. And when, well, okay, I'm talking about violence. It was against me, okay? This is really critical. Okay, I almost got killed because one of the people was mad at me because they thought I was the aggressor because it looks like I'm trying to chase her down to talk to me. This is wrong. And this is what I'm talking about, is that we need to change this. We need to have our, you know, our council people, including the mayor, have regular meetings with us. Okay, that's the item. It's violence against.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the city government efforts with items 2.10 to 2.12. Portable showers, laundry, and fresh water is addressing homeless in healthy terms as COVID-19 may be on the rise through the winter. Good communication can be important at this time and may work better than being punitive with tickets, fines, and the use of more surveillance technology for homelessness and trash issues. As it is now cold and winter-like, trash is often used as a layer of warmth, boundaries, and protection. Thank you for the work on these items. And to quickly offer, you know, we're trying to address the rise of 5150 issues that were in schools previous COVID-19, and maybe that can help in how to address Tessa's previous situation. Thank you.
Thank you. The person calling user number 1.
Yeah,
appears to be the same gentleman who dropped the F-bomb last time around. So thank you, sir. We'll come back to the council. Councilmember Arenas.
Yes, I'm so sorry, Mayor. I accidentally didn't raise my hand. But yes, I'd like to pull item 2.13 and 2.14. But I think you had already mentioned. Am I the first one to go?
No, we got, we're going to Councilmember Esparza first, but we got those pulled.
Thank you.
Councilmember Esparza, item 2.7, approval La Raza application for restoration of the Chichi House.
Yes, thank you. And do you want us to make a motion for the whole consent after we do this, or
yeah,
one at a time? Okay, then I'll just be really quick. I wanted to just share how excited I am. I wanted to thank city staff, PRNS, and the cultural affairs staff. So our approval today is going to enable the La Raza Historical Society to receive a $300,000 county grant to support the restoration. Now, I understand, Mayor, I might have it wrong, but it's Keki House.
You know what?
I mispronounce it all the
That's
time.
the proper Italian pronunciation. I should know better.
Oh, good, my mother will be happy about that. In History Park, and that houses the La Raza Historical Society and their library. So they've amassed quite an archive, a historical archive. And so this allows us to preserve an important piece of San Jose's history while supporting the local historical work carried out by La Raza Historical Society. And that's it for 2.7. I can go right into 2.8 if you like.
Yeah, well, let's go into 2.8. And I would like to, as you jump into this, just give a big thank you to Local and those his volunteers who work so hard to make this museum happen.
Exactly. So this has been a life's work. The Immigrant Resettlement and Cultural Center, for folks that haven't had a chance to go see the IRCC and the Viet Museum in the Greenwald House in History Park. It's beautiful, it's extensive, and I'd like to also thank Loc Vu for really dedicating his life to creating really incredibly detailed exhibits that really tell the story of the Vietnamese refugees. And there's also there are just a number of art pieces and installations there. So I just wanted to be hopeful that their application will be successful and that we will be able to have 2 significant restoration projects in History Park to ensure that these both of these valuable community resources are here for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone like to speak on those items? If not, we'll go to item 2.13. Councilmember Reyes, this is the approval of National Prematurity Awareness Month.
Wonderful, thank you. And thank you all for joining us on recognizing November as National Prematurity Awareness. And this year marks the 4th year in a row in which the rate of premature birth has actually increased. So 1 in 10 babies are born premature today. And you know, this is very dear to me because you know that my first son, many of you know, I've shared, this is my 3rd year doing this, that my son was born at 29 weeks. He was only 3 pounds. And so he was named Andres because he's a warrior and fought 2 months in the NICU. But it really shouldn't be this way. We should be able to have a lot more support for our families, and really premature births and complications are really associated with particularly Black women, Indigenous women, Latino women. And it's really a harrowing reminder of the fundamental inequalities that impact our families. This November, in commemorating National Prematurity Awareness Month, we renew our commitment to addressing those inequalities and ensuring all families have access to quality prenatal care, as those premature births can really pose significant challenges for babies, mothers, and families, and certainly for those children later on in their lives. But we're fortunate here in San Jose to have so many dedicated and hardworking healthcare workers, agents and agencies and community partners that help support children living with complications of premature birth. Like I said, I speak from experience when I say that there is an absolutely lifeline for families, and I remember them forever. All of that network that helped me and my son during that time, very difficult time. So I particularly want to recognize the work of Hope Services in providing care and assistance to families and children in Santa Clara County and throughout the Bay Area. They have this Home Start program, Hope Services does, and they support children with complications from premature birth, helping them to overcome developmental difficulties and reach their full potential. Hope Services does so much for our community, but one of the things that they do under this program is that they connect families with resources and a lot more in the home which is really indispensable for all of those children who are born premature so that they can live happy and healthy lives in the end. I'd love to share a brief video from Hope Services talking about the amazing work that they've done for the health of children and mothers and the importance of raising awareness around premature birth. Thank you.
National Prematurity Awareness Month is extremely important as it brings attention to some of the most vulnerable babies. Babies who are born premature are at risk for medical challenges and developmental delay. Hope Services provides early intervention to babies, such as those pictured here, who are born early because the first 3 years of life are an important window of time in terms of brain growth. Our interdisciplinary team meets with families, shares ideas and strategies to help facilitate their child's development, and supports them through their unexpected journey. Early intervention can have a significant impact on the growth and development of premature babies, helping young children to develop the foundational skills necessary for academic readiness. For more information on our program, please call 408-284-2812 and ask to speak to Vicki Perkins, the program manager.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Mayor. Should I dive into my 2-point?
I'll just ask, would anyone like to speak on 2.13 before we move on? Okay, let's take on 2.14.
Wonderful. So today we also have, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. So sorry. So today, as we continue to work to mitigate a COVID-19 pandemic, and now we're back in a stricter shelter in place, we recognize that the work that still needs to be done in eliminating another more long-standing pandemic, and that is really the violence against women. I know that you've heard me even before March, before the beginning of this pandemic, I've expressed the importance of sharing the awareness of the violence against women and young children. And today we have today we have the World Health Organization declaring this end to violence against women. And really, according to the National Sexual Violence Resource Center, the reporting of sexual violence and disasters is often considered a luxury issue, something that is further down on the hierarchy of needs for disaster victims. And this really should be alarming during emergencies because it's much larger than we think. And as we discussed earlier, so not paying attention to these kinds of crimes against women, it's not a luxury that we can take at this point. San Jose has had a rape statistic higher than the national trend for the last 8 years. And so I appreciate that my colleagues and all of you have stood with me on this issue. Councilmember Carrasco is going to continue with some of the comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Arenas, for bringing this up. And of course, I had mentioned earlier, I started as a very young social worker at the tender age of 23, working in the field of domestic violence. Really very hopeful and optimistic that I could make a change by working with perpetrators, people who committed crimes against women, and then went on to work for the county social services department, working with parents who were really struggling with violence in their lives. So this, of course, is not a new epidemic, but it is near and dear to my heart, and I take it very personally. You know, studies have shown that abusers are more likely to murder their partners in the wake of personal crises, including loss of job and major financial setbacks. With more than 30 million Americans now out of work, swift and decisive efforts need to be implemented to protect victims of the second silent pandemic. Gender-based violence is a phenomena deeply rooted in gender inequality, and women are disproportionately affected by violence. Violence against women continues to be an obstacle to achieving women's rights and gender-based equity, equal pay for equal work, which all contribute to our ability to be the best city and people that we can be.
And I'm really proud to jointly present today's proclamation, not only because it's an important thing for us to do together, but also because this really stemmed out of some of the work that my residents are doing. And leaders like President Clara Starr, Treasurer Cynthia Yanis, Board Member Deb Blackmore, and 16 Days Program Chair Faye Mayos. So today we join the UN's campaign to internationally eliminate violence against women and stand firmly alongside all of our council colleagues, advocates, and community leaders like them to do so. So I'm really proud of the work that they're doing to create awareness. And let me tell you just a little bit about what the Zonta E Club of Silicon Valley does. They're committed to creating a world of equity and justice, empower women to speak up, and expand seats at the table for women to lead. And so through their advocacy and through their work, what we're going to do together is on Monday, November 23rd at 4 p.m. at City Hall Tower and Rotunda, we're going to light up in orange in honor of the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and really paint our city of San Jose orange in solidarity through November 28th. And so as you can remember, please wear orange, create awareness, post this in your social media. Next, we're gonna play a quick video from Zonta E Club of Silicon Valley.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Ennis. Did you have anything further?
No, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank one more time Club Santa E Club and 16 Days program for bringing this to light. Thank you.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion as to all the consent items.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Aye.
Tip,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Camus,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
I know ordinarily we would take a dinner break at this time. I'm concerned because I know we have our federal lobbyist team. I saw Leslie Polner's name on the list, and I think she's out on the East Coast. And I know I've subjected Leslie and her partners to very, very late calls in the past. And I would like to see if we can get items 3.4 and 3.5 done before we break. Does it make sense, Lee, to take these together?
It does make sense to take them together. Yes,
Okay,
and that
good.
would be great
Yeah.
because Leslie is out in DC right now. So she would be internally grateful, I'm sure. So yeah, I can start us off if you wish to continue, Mayor.
Please do.
Sure, thank you. So I'm Lee Wilcox, Chief of Staff for the City Manager's Office, and joining me for the presentation today is Benna Chang, our Director of Intergovernmental Relations, Alexandria Felton. With our Office of Intergovernmental Relations, Steve Cruz from Cruz Strategies, who is our legislative advocate in Sacramento, and then Leslie Polner from Holland and Knight, our legislative advocacy firm in Washington, D.C. So we're here, when we were here before you this time last year, talking about our 2020 legislative program, we had little idea what was in store for us for 2020. Success came not in the kind of expected plan in the places that we had talked about with you last year, but around our pandemic advocacy and partnerships. Our state and federal governments pivoted quickly to focus on the pandemic, as did our city. So the city's intergovernmental relations team has served in the Emergency Operations Center since our shelter in place and expanded beyond just Benna and Alexandria with the introduction of Carol Gibsons from the Office of Employee Relations, Matthew Kazmerzak from our airport, Martina Davis from PBC&E, Leanna Wynn from Environmental Services Department, as well as Kevin Hefner from our Department of Transportation to better track and advocate for the city's needs during this pandemic. While the year was extremely challenging, we were very successful at bringing in historic levels of investment from the state and federal government. We also have continued to build strong partnerships with our delegation and leadership that helped with key legislation, administrative changes, executive orders, and saving budgetary appropriations for the city of San Jose. And I want to do a special thanks for Benna and Alexandria during this time for their leadership and managing and leading this team. I also want to thank the mayor and Scott Green in the mayor's office for bringing countless asks and needs during the initial months of our response to the Big City Mayors Coalition at a federal level and a state level, advocating for San Jose's needs and its residents over that course of time. And so with that, I will turn it over to Benna to start our presentation.
Good evening, Benna Chang, Director of Intergovernmental Relations, and I'm really pleased to have Steve Cruz and Leslie Polner here from our larger legislative advocacy team. So today, first, we wanted to give you just an overview of what happened at the state and federal levels and talk about some of our advocacy highlights. So with that, I will turn it over to Steve for the state update.
Yeah, good evening. First of all, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Steve,
hello, Mayor.
Welcome.
Hey, council members. Good to see you all. So yeah, you discussed this afternoon and into this evening was anything but normal with COVID pandemic, and it hit early in the legislative session. So it resulted in a very different and an abbreviated session. And then of course, wildfires made, the situation worse in terms of diverting attention and resources, which was, otherwise expected to be a pretty ambitious agenda. And homelessness and housing and climate change and other issues. We were successful, nevertheless, as Lee pointed out, and Bennett will talk about in more detail, in securing funding for Project Home Key and other city services. And then we squeezed in a Senator Bell sponsored housing bill on his way out that we were able to get enacted. But the legislature actually went home for 2 months during the pandemic. And so, we sort of had to adjust to working remotely. There was a few outbreaks, in fact, in the Capitol. We expect that to be the case at least much of the early part of next year. And so Lee kind of alluded to it as well. It really created a different type of advocacy for a city and our lobbying team, that it was a lot of policy making through executive order, which is a much different process. Less, it's a much longer legislative process with, a lot of hearings and a lot of stakeholder input. But there were things happening very quickly as the governor stepped up their emergency operations with PPE and testing and the health guidelines and these county tier systems. So it was almost daily with city staff and departments. And again, thank you to Mayor Liccardo and through the big city mayors. We were able to really establish a direct pipeline, I would say, in communication with the governor's office and having an impact on those decisions. And they were, really down to our ability to meet, ability for the council to meet, establishing executive orders to allow for that and for public participation to occur remotely, and then sort of moving quickly into the most urgent things, like, was mentioned earlier, the eviction protection orders, and then, some adjustments that need to be made in state law to allow the city council to approve its commercial eviction protections. Again, on homelessness, the homeless funding that came through, and there were needed flexibility to allow for the sightings of these projects. And then, of course, for our essential workforce, there were a number of policies that were passed through EOs, including workers' compensation changes, and then childcare services for the frontline workers. And then, so, as you can imagine too, and again, I've heard referenced with impact on businesses, the sort of ever changing these county tier systems and these rules that were, kind of had to be created on the fly. There were a lot of questions. There were a lot of needed clarifications. So, the governor's office and GoBiz in particular has been very gracious in being accessible to our city team and responding to those questions and trying to provide support to our small businesses. And then I finally wanted to mention something important, as again, I heard it brought up by council members Carrasco and Esparza about the disparities, that exist. Both were sort of amplified through COVID, that the governor and administration did implement in October a COVID health equity metric, which measured counties, how they're doing with respect to infection rates in most vulnerable communities. And then before allowing a county to move forward in another tier, they had to show progress in those communities and those rates. And so it's both a factor in the county, it's these tier systems, and certainly will be next year as the legislature looks at policies on economic recovery. I know that will be important to them, and we'll continue to keep you informed on those policies. So I think that is the update on this year. Again, it was much different than prior years, us reporting on a whole slew of bills, but nevertheless, it was a tough situation, but I think we were able to maintain a good relationships in the state capitol.
Steve, and just wanted to highlight that we had a lot of success given the challenging nature of what was going on at the state and national level. Really on both the funding and the policy side that Steve was alluding to. On the funding, we actually had a very historic year for state funding, especially around homelessness and housing programs, despite some of the very severe challenges the state was facing in its budget challenges. I think that just speaks to the importance the state has around housing and homelessness, especially during the pandemic and the need to shelter people. As Steve mentioned, we work very closely with administration with several different departments, including the Alcohol Beverage Control, GoBiz, Department of Education, et cetera, on very near-term and key COVID relief. And so, as Steve mentioned, there's a lot of executive orders that help the community. We worked very closely with GoBiz on economic recovery and small business support. I wanted to thank in particular Councilmember Perales for the Greater Downtown Economic Recovery Task Force and some of the work, we were able to kind of share with the state our on the ground needs and have the state be pretty responsive in terms of hearing those as well. So with that, I wanted to pass it on to Leslie, our federal lobbyist, kind of talk about the federal landscape.
Great. Thank you, Benna, and thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lee, for taking us out of order. And my small people are very excited that I'll be able to put them to bed tonight. So thank you. You know, as Steve just mentioned, Benna mentioned, obviously the pandemic took what was really already a pretty surreal federal landscape and really just made it even more surreal. And you know, they moved actually with quite a bit of speed for Congress to address the issue, passing 3 packages very, very quickly. And of course, that became the entire focus of our legislative program, was really doing what we could to make sure that San Jose's needs were being met. And in particular, of course, was our advocacy around the Coronavirus Relief Fund. As you may know, and as we've talked about, you know, that almost didn't make it into the bill. And state and local direct assistance was a controversial issue then. It continues to be controversial, and many communities were actually left out in that round and did not receive funding. And so the city of San Jose was really one of the lucky few cities that I believe it's one of 38 cities that actually was able to get that direct aid, which is flexible and has been very, very helpful. You know, really working with our delegation on a broad range of issues, including housing, including food assistance, really just, you know, of course, trying to help with the FEMA process as well, which I know is incredibly frustrating and has been very frustrating working with this administration. But that was really the main focus of our efforts. And I know, as Ben is going to touch on, you know, as a result of that, you know, through this crisis, we've gotten a record $301 million for the city, which is really something. It's unfortunate, of course, that it's having to come against the backdrop of this crisis. You know, as it's sort of shocking for Washington that they've attempted to sort of chew gum and walk at the same time. That's not normally something that they do. But, you know, in the summer, they did pivot, the House at least pivoted to trying to map out what a comprehensive infrastructure investment plan might look like. And so took a surface transportation reauthorization bill, which was expiring in September, that has since been extended, but used that opportunity to put forward a surface transportation reauthorization bill combined with a number of infrastructure packages. And in that package was a number of priorities that we had pushed very hard, that were part of the city's priorities, including funding for Vision Zero, new grant programs around sustainability and resiliency, and then investment in electric vehicle infrastructure. And so those have all been included. That, of course, doesn't get signed into law because of the Senate and the administration's resistance, but that bill will become the template for what Congress will work on next year and lays the foundation for what they will work on next year, which we'll talk about shortly, as they try to advance economic stimulus and infrastructure investment. You know, the other piece that we did work very hard on that I'll just mention is efforts around the census. And, you know, San Jose, I have to say, at the national level, really was seen, the city was really seen as a true leader on the census and its abilities. It's very high response rates, and actually had other cities connecting with city staff to really understand best practices, because you truly were seen as the model for best practices. You know, as you know, the submission deadline moved several times. Lawsuits have been filed. Lawsuits are continuing to be pending, you know, around the counting of undocumented citizens. It remains to be seen, frankly, what will happen with the census. At this point, they will need to submit in December, but you know, how the Biden administration will respond to what has happened with the census is something that we'll be focused on. So that work will continue. Anna?
Yes, so Alex is next up here.
All right. Working.
Thanks, Leslie. I'm trying to advance the slides and it doesn't seem to be working to get to my slide. So Alexandria Felton with Intergovernmental Relations. So as I want to talk a little bit about how Intergovernmental Relations team shifted this year. And as we shifted to working under the recovery section of the EOC, we worked to identify funding resources, criteria, and strategies for accessing funding. And that was a big piece of our focus, as well as the ongoing federal COVID relief package negotiations. As Leslie mentioned, they remain front and center for us. And we regularly communicated with our delegation to emphasize the vital importance of funding for local governments and to provide updates to on the city's COVID response and local assistance efforts. And this was an unprecedented year for us, for the city, when it came to federal funding. And Leslie mentioned that the city received more than $301 million in federal funding, and that helped us serve our most vulnerable populations through food and necessities distribution, shelter, and support for homeless residents and childcare, as well as maintaining our essential city services like public safety and airport improvement. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Benna to wrap up our annual report part of our presentation.
Great. So we're here before council to ask you to accept the annual IGR report and reaffirm all the city positions that were listed in the priority legislation log. And we'll go straight into the next presentation, Mayor, and then we can take council questions on both items right after. So the next item is really an update on what the election results were and how that will impact the city's legislative program. So with that, we'll talk both about the state and federal levels. So we'll start first with Steve on the state forecast.
Yes, I'll actually just start with the elections with the initiative because it, obviously there was a lot of activity. It's become, isn't this unusual, but it's becoming the norm to a lot of these controversial measures or measures that can't get worked out in the legislature to be moved to the ballot. And so there were 12 ballot measures. And of course, the turnout was high because of the presidential election. It was a historic high, I think nearly 80%. I think the other thing of note was almost $800 million was spent collectively for and against the various measures, which we've listed here for you. Disappointment, of course, with Proposition 15, at least in terms of potential revenue that could have come to the city for services that didn't pass. It was a second attempt. I imagine that will be back at some point. The Proposition 16, the affirmative action measure, was put on late in the process. I think that was part of it. And I think there was also some confusion in terms of voters were voting on that, what fact they were voting for. I think the other one we wanted to call attention to was Proposition 21, which again, second time it failed at the ballot. And then, of course, if everyone wasn't had enough of the Prop 22 commercials, they were successful in getting the exemption from Proposition 5. So I think wanted to make sure to highlight that. And then in terms of the state legislature and our delegation, talk about that for a moment. Of course, every assembly office was up, and then the half of the Senate. And so there was a change in the makeup. Democrats picked up 2 seats in the Senate. There was a seat in Orange County. Josh Newman, who was previously held the seat, but then got recalled after his vote on the gas tax, recaptured that seat and beat an incumbent. And then Senator Morlock from Orange County actually lost his seat to a Democrat, Dave Min. So the Senate has built upon their majority. The Assembly actually, there was a loss of 1 seat, but they still have 60 Democrats. And then we have some changes with our legislative delegation in San Jose, of course. Dave Cortese now, Supervisor Cortese is now replaces Jim Bell. And then a familiar face, John Laird, is back and will take the seat occupied by Bill Monty. And John Laird, of course, is a formerly Assembly member, and he was also the Secretary of Resources. In the Assembly, Ashkarwa, Evan Lowe, and Mark Stone held on to their seats. And then Alex Lee, a new Assembly member taking over for Kansan Chu. And then I just wanted to point out there's been an interest, I know, with some of the ethnic caucuses, and that API caucus has 3 new members, which include Alex Lee, and then 5 new members of the Women's Caucus. Latino Caucus will continue to have, looks like 28 members unless one seat gets picked up in the San Joaquin area. And then for the LGBT Caucus, there are 1 new member, but three new members themselves, but I think they pick up one in Alex Lee, Chris Ford, and John Laird. So that is a sort of a wrap up on the state legislative makeup and on the initiatives, and be happy to answer your question. I know, Banner, we had one more slide later in the budget, but I think I'm going to hold off and let you take up the next item.
Great, then I think we'll go straight into the federal update by Leslie.
Great, thank you. So obviously the 2021 elections, somewhat game changing here with President-elect Biden coming into office. You know, a couple of things just to flag that will certainly impact the federal landscape. You know, as you all know, obviously the Senate, control of the Senate still hasn't been determined, and we're waiting on the 2 Georgia races. The runoffs will be January 5th. That will determine control whether Mitch McConnell stays as leader or not. Many people seem to be very dubious about whether or not Democrats can take control of those 2 seats. Obviously, we'll see. On the House side, the Democratic majority narrowed significantly. And when all is said and done, we'll have lost approximately 10 seats, roughly, holding about 222 for Democrats. And so that creates a very complicated environment for governance, as you know. And you know, you're starting to see just some of the tensions already begin to emerge, particularly in the House, where you're starting to see some tensions emerge between moderates and centrists and progressives, and really kind of trying to identify, you know, who should be leading on the agenda. House leadership races are being held actually this week, and of course, Pelosi and Hoyer and Clyburn will stay in the top 3, but then in those sort of seats below, those are going to be up for grabs. In the meantime, we're wrapping up with the lame duck session right now, and so the top 2 priorities are passing the federal funding bill for FY21, and there actually seems to be some progress on that front. And so House and Senate are conferencing on several of those bills. And then the coronavirus relief package. And at this point, there really have not been serious negotiations since prior to the election around a coronavirus relief package. Speaker Pelosi, Leader Chuck Schumer have all said that this is their highest priority. McConnell has anchored very firmly in a $500 billion package that would not include state and local direct assistance, and Pelosi and Schumer are standing firm that that has to be part of a package. And so given the shortened time frame, at this point, it does not look like we will get a package before the end of the year. Obviously, we're seeing shutdowns now across the country. That is going to have an impact on the economy. And so, you know, we're really hopeful that in January, there will be renewed urgency to get a package. Certainly, President-elect Biden has said that this is going to be top of his agenda for getting it done. And so, and there have been, you know, compromise proposals that have been released by the moderate Democratic caucus. And so hopefully there is a roadmap for getting to some kind of a compromise or agreement. I think it is safe to say that we will not have a package without state and local assistance, because Speaker Pelosi has been so incredibly firm on that. Also looking ahead, President-elect Biden has signaled that climate change is going to be a huge priority for his administration. You know, part of that will be through executive orders. On the very first day, he said that he will rejoin the Paris Climate Accords. Part of that, of course, will, you know, he'll try to work with Congress in doing some legislation, and, you know, whether that's a large-scale infrastructure package may be a little more challenging if Republicans remain in control of the Senate, but there are sort of more piecemeal ways to get at it, including an energy bill that may have bipartisan support at this point. But then President-elect Biden's really looking to some unconventional ways to deal with climate change. And that really ranges from, making sure that every piece, every grant that goes out the door specifies, has renewable energy or sustainability as part of the criteria. And then really looking at how the federal government can be a catalyst. So whether that is through, a broad range of procurement policies, or whether that is requiring that companies disclose their carbon footprint as part of their SEC disclosure, looking, can a carbon bank be created? He's also talked about creating kind of new structures within government. So creating a climate council that would be on par with the National Economic Council. So trying to look at sort of the full panoply of levers that are at the federal government's disposal to have an impact on the climate crisis. And then finally, there's been, of course, a lot of discussion around a broad range economic stimulus or infrastructure package. Again, if Republicans remain in control of the Senate, that seems more challenging. And what you may end up seeing is more of a piecemeal approach. So doing it through a surface transportation bill, which I mentioned will expire in September. The current one expires in September. Doing it through an energy bill, which already has some bipartisan support. And then we have the appropriations process. And so next year, they'll have to renegotiate kind of the top levels of funding. And so that may provide another opportunity to really try to ramp up investment in infrastructure. So even if you are not able to have a big infrastructure ARA style package, I think you will see increased investment in infrastructure. Just one final note, kind of, it sounds absurd since we are like 2 weeks out from an election, but I would definitely say the 2022 elections have already started to be part of everybody's consciousness and impacting the background. Typically, as you know, the House loses seats, whichever party is in control of the presidency, that party loses seats in a midterm election. Given the fact that Democrats have already lost seats, it's going to be a real concern that perhaps the House would flip in 2022. And the other piece is that the Senate, for Senate Republicans, they will have 21 seats up in 2022. So they'll be defending quite a few seats with only 13 Democrats up. And so that is, Mitch McConnell has made very clear already that defending his 21 seats is going to be top of mind for him. So a number of factors to consider, and it's hard to start thinking about elections already.
It is. Thank you, Leslie. Bennett, did you have some more to get?
Almost done. So Alex will go next. Yeah.
Great.
All right, so this just brings us to one of our main asks for today. So for today's meeting, we're seeking council's adoption of the 2021 legislative program. As a reminder on the process to develop the legislative program, first, council has adopted the legislative guiding principles, and these are the vision statements that guide the policies in the program. Then throughout the year, council takes policy positions through the Rules Committee and council process, and that gets added to or modifies that legislative program. The administration also works closely with departments and our state and federal legislative advocates to develop and refine that program based on what we see as political realities in Sacramento and DC. And the legislative program is then adopted by council each year. So the 2021 will be the first year of a 2-year legislative session, both for the California legislature and for the United States Congress. And what we have before you in the annual report memo is an update to what we submitted last year as part of the 2020 program. And so in this new program, the 2021 policy positions are listed in attachment A. They're organized by the interdepartmental items and then alphabetically by department. And the new items for 2021 are highlighted in green. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Benna to talk about our top legislative priorities, and we can wrap up.
Alex. So as you may remember, usually we come before you with a suggestion of top priorities, kind of narrow down this list of the overall legislative program. But this year, given this organization's focus on pandemic response and where the state and federal governments are going, the administration is really recommending that we have one top priority, and that is COVID-19 response and mitigation. So listed out here just some buckets and ways to think about the COVID response and mitigation, because it's pretty broad. One, definitely a focus on vulnerable community members. So more resources and support for things like food, shelter, childcare, digital inclusion. As council talked about before, an additional focus on residential and commercial eviction moratoriums and relief, and then supporting the work around testing and vaccine distribution. And then secondly, another big bucket is really around economic recovery. So this is the small business support, the job creation, things that Leslie was just touching on. How can the state and federal governments help us create jobs through either infrastructure packages, other kinds of packages related to climate resiliency, et cetera. And then finally, support for the city's response and mitigation. So obviously our top priority here is direct, flexible local funding for local governments. And then additional funding or flexibility in regulations, program implementation, and processes as we kind of respond to the pandemic. So with that, we're happy to take any questions that council might have.
Thank you very much, Benna. And I really want to thank you and Alexandria for the enormous amount of work you've been doing here, and everybody on the team, Lee, everybody who's worked so hard during this year. We know that intergovernmental relations has really become elevated in importance in the city as we've gone through this really challenging time. And folks have stepped up in a huge way. And I know you've needed help, certainly from others in the city team, but Ben and Alexandria and Lee have done a great job. Really want to thank all the good folks at Cruise Strategy, Steve, Vanessa, everybody over there. Steve has really had to take on, I think, additional work because of my new role with the big city mayors, leading that effort, which I know means you guys just run faster in Sacramento. So thank you for all that you're doing, taking that on. And I know it's also true, certainly for Leslie Polner and everybody over at Holland and Knight. And I really want to thank Lori and Eve over there, Leslie. I think we had you on a call, the big city mayors, at what would have been 11:30 your time until midnight, and somehow you put up with it. I don't know how you did it, but thank you very much for doing that. And I definitely want to thank Scott Green, who has been having to juggle a lot of balls, but certainly with the role that we've had and all the activity in Sacramento, the big city mayors has been a really important conduit for us to be able to get to key leaders in the governor's office and the governor himself. And we've had now convenings 3 times with Vice President-elect Harris and Speaker Pelosi and Minority Leader McCarthy and the governor and members of the state leadership. And it's because Scott is hustling, and certainly Leslie has helped certainly on the federal side. We appreciate that. And that's the only way we're able to communicate clearly and really be able to get messages heard. Really appreciate all the heavy lifting that's been done. Let's go to the public briefly, and then we'll come right back to council with questions. Testament Woodmansee, this is on the legislative priorities.
Yes, it was very interesting to hear the legislative priorities, especially the hypocrisy that I noticed in regards to when Mayor Liccardo dealt with why we don't have public comment in the beginning of our meetings. His comment that was listed in our media, in our spotlight, our wonderful media online, said, Mayor Liccardo said, oh, well, people will talk about Mayor Donald Trump, and that was, going to be a problem. And here I am witnessing the deep relationship that you have with our federal and state governments. Thank you. It's good. I'm glad, we have to do that. But that shows the hypocrisy. And though what I noticed too in all of the work is that we have to focus on people and on, people and on climate change. Those are the 2 issues that will keep us on the straight and narrow path. And that's the same path that it deals with when we talk about public comment in the beginning of our meeting. That's for the people. That's when you listen to the people, not corporations. And that's where even the hypocrisy that came up when I was talking about violence from Deb Davis, the way she led her meeting, and Mayor Liccardo said, no, you can't talk about it. and it was defending Deb Davis because she's business friendly. And this has to stop. We have to, and SVO showed us this. We have to focus on people and on climate. And when we focus on corporations and businesses, we go astray. And this we have to stop. And this is what it is we have to have public comment in the beginning of our meetings. We have to have community meetings where the people are heard. This is essential for the wellness of our community. And so that's the focus that we need to be on. And I appreciate our leadership with Biden saying it's got to be about climate change and also about people, COVID. And so please keep that as your focus.
Thank you. The person with the phone number ending 8888.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see some public infrastructure.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for this item. I was reviewing the list today, and while this topic was being discussed, and it's like really impressive. And I think it can be, in future years, it can make a really good reference point for, this administration, this mayor administration. And I think it's some of our better ideals, basically. I mean, it's not the greatest in the whole wide world, but it's really indicative of how the mayor, is thinking and working, and this administration is thinking and working. I'm really satisfied with it. And there can be things that about Vision Zero and stuff that I may want to adjust a bit. And always be, whatever Vision Zero work you do, always, of course, think of the open public policy ideas that can work hand in hand with Vision Zero, and it doesn't have to be a hindrance or a burden. The two programs can work together really well, and that's an important goal to always work on. I was also really impressed with the idea of you want to work on immigration issues and due process, how there can be a return of due process, and that's going to take work at this time. And man, I just hope we're just finally headed in the right direction. And that's what this list does. It lists basically almost every item tries to point us in a really good, decent direction. And really thank you. I thank you very much for it. And I guess, with 9 seconds, I wanted to offer, I hope we can work on, well, I think I'll save it, but thank you for your list.
Thank you. Linda Hutchins-Knowles.
Yes, hi. I hadn't prepared any comments on this topic, but I want to take the chance to just urge you. I appreciate that you're talking with Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. As you know, a stimulus package is vitally needed for so many people that are suffering. The HEROES Act unfortunately left some loopholes for fossil fuel industry to be subsidized. So if you have the ear there, if the next bill could be not allowing fossil fuel industries to get bailed out by a stimulus, that would be greatly appreciated. Not sure if you're working on that issue, but I just wanted to raise it. Also, a Green New Deal would be a wonderful thing. It would prioritize and center environmental justice, provide clean jobs. So again, if you're speaking to federal folks about the Green New Deal, I highly recommend that you support that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda. All right, coming back to council now. I wanted just to ask a strategic question. Actually, before I get to that, should mention, I think, some really positive news on the federal side. And there's some announcements were made about key staffers in the White House, and Julia Chavez Rodriguez, Californian, who has been, I think, knows Silicon Valley very well. I know she's been a staffer for a long time. Kamala Harris, she's going to head up intergovernmental relations for the White House. So I think it's great to have a friend in the White House. And so that's a positive thing for all of us. A strategic question for both Steve and for Leslie on the state and federal side. I know that, when staff came up with the focus as being the pandemic and pandemic relief, that of course seems so self-evident, and there'd be no reason to disagree with that. Except, I guess, if you believe that everybody else is going to be pushing on those priorities too. And, you know, we've got lots of other things we may be wanting to push on that could also help put people back to work. For example, you know, if a surface transportation bill is in play, how we could get money for high-speed rail, or for EPD and BART, or, you know, small starts, new starts. You know, if there's an infrastructure bill on, you know, could we get some money for microgrids and energy storage, or alternatively at the state level, AB 900, I know is a really important issue for us in terms of getting a project moving that could get a lot of jobs. PCIA fees are really going to hit our residents hard at a time when they're struggling mightily to pay their power bills and just be able to pay rent. And then of course, homeless funding, which is a perennial issue for us. So I just, as I raise those issues, I'm just wondering, is it really better for us to be focused on the pandemic if everybody's in play on that issue? Or is it the case, you know, obviously by asking the question, I'm raising really the inference, maybe it's not. But if what you're going to say is the only thing Sacramento is going to focus on, Steve, is pandemic, and there's really no room, there's no oxygen for these other issues, you know, I get that too. And so be helpful to understand from your perspective, really where should we be focused?
Yeah, you know, a lot of it is obviously revenue, right? I mean, one is the time and attention to COVID and from the health standpoint, and the attention of the legislature in addressing that. And the other is resources. And, you know, last year, there was a $54 billion deficit, you know, because of declining economic activity and increased caseload, right, from safety net programs. And so I think, and I'll let Lee and Venice speak to it too, is sort of recognition that we're going to have budget challenges. And in the prior session, the legislature, you know, they typically have like a 50 bill limit, and they were focusing, it's not a hard 5 bills, but they were narrowing the number of bills they're focused on. But at the same time, I do think that, you know, we will obviously take the lead on homeless funding. And I think that is going to be contingent, as you know, on finding, on Leslie, you know, delivering billions of dollars to the federal government. I think that could change the dynamics, right? I mean, the availability of funding from the federal. And I think some of these other potential new revenue sources that have been talked about, some of these different creative sort of tax ideas. And then I think I'd also say, Mayor, that we'll also be working on other bills. Like, so the AB 900, you know, that's something we'll work on. But I think it's also responding to other bills that are out there that, and I think when we speak about our agenda, it's, I think last year might have had like 5 or 6 sponsored bills, but so it's speaking to that as opposed to also responding to other bills that are being addressed and, you know, seeking amendments, you know, seeking budget funding and related issues. So it's not necessarily isolated to that. It's just, I think for me, it's, you know, what are the measures that we're sponsoring? It sort of speaks to that too, but I'll let, you know, I don't know if Lee or Benno want to add to that.
And just very quickly, and Lee might have more too. Mayor, we really see the pandemic response as a big umbrella. So absolutely, the economic recovery, the infrastructure projects like you mentioned, like BART and high-speed rail, those all create jobs. And we need that in terms of recovering from the pandemic. So we really see that as a very broad category that encompasses a lot of things.
Okay, thank you. And Leslie, do you have a sense from the federal side?
Yeah, no, I mean, I do think, to Benna's point, that on the economic recovery piece, that's where I see kind of all of these really proactive opportunities flowing. And so on surface transportation reauthorization, on energy bill with microgrids, I see all of that falling into that bucket as well. And I think that those will be real opportunities where we can be very proactive as well.
Okay, well, thank you. I really appreciate how everybody has pivoted so well in a really difficult time when it's so hard to understand how anything works with emergency orders and everything else. And we've benefited enormously from good folks who work with us in Sacramento and Washington. And I really appreciate your great work. Councilmember Pross?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can.
Just a quick question and a statement first. Thank you, Benna, for your support for helping to champion some of the requests coming out of our task force here in downtown. Really do appreciate it. I know the task force members do as well, and thank you for some of those making the list, our city managers team, and specifically again though, Benna, we do appreciate it. The only question I had was in regards to transportation, and I know we've had this Safety and Vision Zero initiatives there. We did have a little update in regards to including the federal surface transportation authorization legislation. But one thing I don't necessarily see in there, and it has come up now after conversations actually this past weekend with the family members of victims that have lost their lives. And in fact, it was a conversation I was having with mother and father of a young lady that lost her life crossing in a crosswalk headed to school. And one of the things that he was talking to me about was the actual punishments that are handed out at the courts for some of these incidents. And I know we haven't had an automated speed enforcement tool, and this particular individual, this family actually went and lobbied with our city team a couple years ago, so I'm glad to see that obviously still on there. But have there been any opportunities at the state level in regards to some of the actual judgments or punishments coming down in relation to some of these crimes as individuals are getting charged, especially in regards to people losing their life?
Yeah, Steve might have more information. I know the state just convened a Vision Zero statewide task force, and they came up with a number of recommendations for how to improve the safety on roadways. I think a lot of the conversation to date has been focused around speed limits, both the setting of speed limits and, as you mentioned, Councilmember, the enforcement through automated speed enforcement. But that's a different issue. I don't know if Steve has any other insights on that one.
No, not anything more than you added, Benna. And obviously we made efforts in the past on the automated speed enforcement. So, that was out there as well.
Well, that's something that we can certainly look into as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I would appreciate it. That the conversation I was having with this individual, first off, and I know Councilmember Foley, who chairs the task force with me, the Vision Zero task force, can attest. These family members had all of us in tears talking about their loved ones that had been lost. And when I was speaking to this individual, he was describing how the driver and suspect in the case that killed his daughter was found to be distracted and speeding. And we know that that's the case, right, for the vast majority of these traffic-related fatalities and major injuries is speed, number one, and certainly distraction, and that has gone up ever since the age of cell phones. But what he also told me was that this individual ended up only getting probation, ultimately, for their sentence. And I don't remember the time frame. He didn't remember either exactly, but it was a short period of time where this individual was also able to get their license back. And so you have somebody that I think, in essence, may not necessarily, based on the punishments, right, may not necessarily have the incentive to learn their lesson, right? And I think that can be said for any of these potential violations, that if the punishment itself, whether it's a fine or a potential time needing to be served, if it is not severe enough, and especially again in the case of somebody losing their life, then the concern is that we may not be sending out the right message and indeed not incentivizing people to make better choices. And the reality is, we know no matter what sort of laws we put in place, no matter what sort of infrastructure we build, people are going to violate vehicle laws, right? People are going to speed, They're going to be driving distracted, running red lights or stoplights, you name it. That we absolutely need a component of being able to incentivize with the law, and penalties, punishments, fines is a major part of that. And if they're not incentive enough, I think that's certainly that can be an issue. And so I would love to see if that is something that we can just be on the look for initially, and then maybe if there's any other efforts that we can build out of the Vision Zero Task Force, I think we may provide some of those recommendations next year. But for now, if we can just sort of be on the lookout, and it's great to hear that you're aware of the statewide task force, and maybe there will be some more opportunities coming out of there. So that's it. I appreciate all the updates as well, and the advocacy that all of our teams here at the state and at the federal level are doing to represent the city of San Jose. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Arenas?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have a couple of questions on 3.4 under the top legislative and regulatory priorities. You have on page 6, which is under immigration, that in June, the city found some disturbing reports on disinfectant chemicals that were used to prevent the spread of COVID at an ICE detention facility in California, and they were improperly used. Could you share more about what has happened as a result of that? And did it involve any children?
Thanks, Councilmember Arenas. Actually, so I'm not sure if it involved children. One of the things that we did in sort of investigating this issue is we worked really closely with Congresswoman Lofgren's office, and because they've been doing a lot of this work and they've been major advocates around a lot of different issues, and they actually had a lot more. Were able to pursue this and had a lot more access in terms of being able to figure out exactly what was happening at this detention center. And so, you know, we can certainly follow up to get some additional information about what happened there. But in terms of what we learned, what we got was a sort of a blanket statement from ICE saying that they weren't putting detainees in danger, and that they were using the proper chemicals, and so that we weren't actually able to get the best information out of that. But we can certainly follow up to get additional information to see how that was resolved.
That would be great. I would really appreciate that. And another thing that I appreciate, and this is under 3.5, is the addition, and I saw this in your slide, Benna, but I didn't see it in page 2 on the top legislative and regulatory priorities. I don't see childcare, and I know this is something we advocated for, and I did see it on your slide, and so I was hoping, and I didn't see it in the memo, nor in the presentation that we have access to. So I was just hoping that was kind of an oversight, or maybe it was a late add and that you would add it later.
It is in our legislative program, but I thought I would kind of organize it in a better way, because obviously childcare has been a big part of the response for the EOC and a concern, especially again, sort of serving vulnerable community members. So we pulled items from different sections of the legislative program and kind of organized them in a different way. But we do have a separate childcare item on the legislative program as well.
Under the legislative priorities?
Oh, yeah. So that's a good clarification, right? So again, we really see the top legislative priority as being a pretty big umbrella item. And as I mentioned, we see childcare as an important part of the conversation as well. So yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that it is. I saw it on your slide. I didn't see it in the report, and I didn't see it in the presentation that we had, but yours was a little different. So I was happy to see that. I just want to make sure that it sticks somewhere else that is formal and that you follow. But it sounds like you're already doing that. So I appreciate all the work that you're doing and your colleagues are doing at every different level. There's so much to keep track of. And so I hope to get more of these updates so that we can know what's going on. I know that there's some really good changes that make me smile. And then there's some changes that, you know, we're still waiting to exhale, if you will. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you for being inclusive of childcare. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Briefly, because I have someone knocking on my door for some reason, I just wanted to emphasize what Councilmember Perales said regarding Vision Zero and taking a look at ways that we can move or support legislation that would require stiffer mandatory sentencing on vehicular caused deaths of pedestrians. So these families are seeking justice, and they don't really have justice if someone who kills their 5-year-old kid as their child is safely walking across a crosswalk, if all they're getting is probation or 60 days in jail and then released. So I just want to encourage you with that. And with that, I need to see why someone's banging on my door.
Okay. Councilmember Diep.
Yes, I wonder if Councilmember Foley did the census. Anyways,
we'll find her.
I'm just very quickly, I wanted to ask, I know we're a city and we're not at the county, and county does the health and all that, but kind of following along with our previous discussions, what role can San Jose have, if any, in working with HH Human Health and Services to come up with a plan for vaccination for the rollout? I'm aware that there are pilot programs with other cities. I forget which ones, but I want to say Boston and some others. But can we work with the county and the federal government somehow to identify our vulnerable communities and just prioritize standards so that when the vaccination comes in limited quantities, that a city of 1 million people can't immediately all get access right away? We can say, let's, prioritize elderly people or young people or people with who've already been exposed, or whatever the criteria is. How can we be a part of that?
So I'll start us off, and then, if Leslie, and I know Kip's done a lot of reading on this as well, want to jump in. I do think we have a role to play. And I do think with the, transition that we'll see in DC, I think the conversation with HHS will be quite a bit different than it has been in the past. I know the county has started an awful lot of work, as we've mentioned, and during 3.1, we've offered help on, the logistical support and the communications, and have given some ideas around how to prioritize. And they're still trying to work that out with the federal government, who then will really work with the state, and then the state will hand that out. So it'll be probably an intergovernmental relations stew that really focuses in on the vaccine. And I do know that the county reported out their first priority is going to be hospitals. But I imagine this conversation continues to evolve with the new administration, and I think we'll find different policy avenues and administrative avenues to kind of insert ourselves and our voice in that process. Leslie, anything else to add that's more eloquent?
I would just add that, obviously one of the first things that the president-elect did was establish his coronavirus his coronavirus task force. And so, that panel has been making recommendations to the president-elect, and I expect that the vaccine distribution will be part of their portfolio as well. And to Lee's earlier point, one of the most challenging pieces has been the lack of communication from the consistent communication from the federal government, with governors, with mayors. That we expect that to be substantially different with the new administration.
Okay, thank you. And I guess this is an interesting time to hear this. I always enjoy hearing these intergovernmental report outs, and I know on the eve of a new administration, it's difficult to really get concrete answers in terms of legislative priorities or bills or anything like that. But I feel that the council oftentimes uses this opportunity to push each of you in DC or Sacramento to advocate for us and our priorities. But I'm curious if there's anything you can tell us, either just sense or gossip, to help us set our own priorities at the city. And I wrote a memo about this that went to rules, and it hasn't come to full council yet, but it's more about trying to align strategically align what we're doing at the city all across the board. So if we know there's infrastructure money coming from the feds, like locally at the city, we try to use our limited staff resources to prioritize whatever we can do for infrastructure, for bridges and roads locally here. If we know that this administration is going to go in big on climate change and preventing wildfires and such, there must be some legislation at the state or federal level in terms of building materials and fire resistant materials for new buildings and codes. And we can somehow at the city prime our planning department to get ready to update those local ordinances to have higher standards for fire resistant buildings, so on and so forth. Is there anything that we can hear now, or just keep that in mind for future updates, so we're not just pushing Sacramento and DC, but we're kind of anticipating what they're going to do to get our ducks in order?
Certainly, and I mean, I think I think that is something that it's going to unfold. It's something that we're going to be watching extremely closely because we know how important it is. So definitely, it'll be an issue that we'll be reporting back on.
Okay, so thank you. I'll end that there. But my point is not any particular issue, which seems to be how we use this time with you to ask you to push for transportation or fire resistance or climate change or anything else. I'm basically saying, what cues can we take from you guys? What insight can we have to say that it seems likely that there's going to be a bill down the pipeline, a HEROES Act or whatever. There's probably going to be money for X, Y, and Z, and so that we in San Jose can marshal our limited resources to prioritize our actions around maximizing those actions. That's all. I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other questions? All right. I assume we just need a motion to accept these reports.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, that's us to both reports. Is that right, Councilor Diep?
Yes, to both.
Great. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Perales,
Aye.
Yep,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley, I'll come back. Camus, Jones,
Aye.
Pardo,
Aye.
going back to Foley, and Camus. Unless I get a text, I'm marking both as absent.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And thanks, Leslie, for staying up late with us. We will now move forward and I know we'll all be talking lots more in the months ahead. So thanks everybody for your hard work. We're going to take a break now for dinner. We'll come back at 7 o'clock and we'll resume with the rest of the calendar. Thank you.